Check. I don't know why they would, but because right there, it's going to basically my table, my chair is going to wind up sitting on it. So I was thinking it might be better to.
Well, that's up to you. If you want to plug it in here, that's fine. But if people are going to cross over this way, you're going to have a tripping hazard.
Yeah, but
You guys are.
It's up to you.
generally, I don't know why people would do that.
I'm the IT person.
I know that people see that.
Well, if you have a PowerPoint, I don't have a PowerPoint.
Well, they'll probably hear it. They probably have you.
No, that's this.
Is this your laptop?
This is ours.
Oh, okay.
So it's a mouse if they need it.
Okay, the screen though.
Forward, backward.
Okay, what's that one?
It's a laser beam.
Oh, okay.
So let me go turn
Okay.
these live.
Okay. Okay. So it's ready to go.
Okay.
Here is this thing to go forward
Okay.
and backward. And
Okay.
this is a laser pointer.
Okay.
I don't know what this button is, but hey, sir, what's this button?
The way it works.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
how do you turn it on? Okay.
Right. Okay, so it'll just be dark. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, I assumed. So Stuart.
Oh,
Okay, so can I ask
everything
you?
will stay here.
Okay. And what about these two combinations?
So
What about password? Okay. Will it expire?
so is it recording or is that the? Okay. 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 Great. Great. Okay.
What about the mic? Do you have mics at your table?
Um, no, there's only two microphones.
Oh, is it? Did you go?
And the lavalier, was there a lavalier too? Oh. Oh. Okay. It's the kind you clip on. Okay. Well, we'll just make these work. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Everything starts at 8:30.
Yes. Dr. Reed?
You can use it either through the phone. Oh, and actually, did you get these are still high?
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I gave it to Kelsey yesterday. So where? I gotta ask them. This is all I.
That's I don't know how come around right there.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
bathrooms are in this little mezzanine corridor, last door on the right. There's a water fountain. There's another set of restrooms all the way in the front entrance to the right, about 50 feet.
Testing, 1, 2. Can you hear it? Mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Can anybody hear me? Oh, okay. Let's take our seats, please.
Sorry, spilling over into your area.
I actually left my portfolio over there because I knew I would have. Good morning, everybody. Let's take our seats, please. Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks for being here on time and in good shape. Welcome to the meeting of the Invasive Species Advisory Committee. I'm Bob Wiltshire, currently serving as chair of the committee. And I'm going to start right in. As you will recall, our last meeting was held in May in Silver Springs. We had a very productive meeting. At that point in time, things were a little bit unsettled because we had been quite a period of time without an official executive director of NISC. Chris Dionigi was doing a great job of being acting, but we all knew that a new executive director was in process. As we all know, we're all happy to have a new executive director of NISC, and that's Jamie Reeser. You'll hear more from Jamie, quite a bit more as we move through. I just wanted to introduce her briefly. Jamie, would you wave your hand so people know who you are? Many of us served on ISAC previously with Jamie, so it's great to have her aboard. There's been some significant changes, which is good. We all got on ISAC to help provide advice, and I'm really excited about some of the direction it looks like we're going in. That's going to help us really be more effective in the future. There's also going to be a lot of change between this meeting and our next meeting, and a lot of that change is going to be in the faces sitting around this table. We're coming up, and I don't want to rehash old history, but because of various issues, we've gotten kind of screwed up on our appointment cycles. And rather than having roughly a third of the membership turnover every year, we're coming up on a lot of turnover. We have 3 members. This will be absolutely for sure their last meeting because they've served 2 full terms and are being term limited off. So Phyllis, Stephen Phillips, and Eric will be leaving us because of term limits. And thank you all 3 for your service on ISAC. We have 1 member that I know of for sure that is going to be resigning. Joe D. Tomaso ended up with a 3rd term without applying for it. And Joe's life circumstances don't allow him to serve out the remainder of the term. So this will be Joe's last meeting as well. And thank you very much, Joe. 14 of you are expiring. And I'm not going to, terms are expiring. Thank you. I'm not going to go around and mention everybody individually, but we have 14 members that are coming up at the end of their 1st term. You are all reappointment eligible. You should have seen the information. You still have a chance to send in a letter to renominate yourself. We'll cover that a bit more later. So bottom line is, as I counted, when this meeting ends, ISAC will have 12 members. And so we're going to have a lot of new faces at the next meeting. And so that's going to be a lot of change. This is an exciting time. NISC is focusing on establishing better methods for ISAC to be more effective. And that's what we really want to do, is be effective as we serve. The next few days is going to give us some real opportunities to help identify and prioritize the next steps that need to be taken in this process. So I'm really excited to be here We're going to be wrapping up old business, moving on to new things, and really looking forward to providing good advice and service to NISC. Before we begin, I want to just talk briefly about the rules of the meeting. This is a FACA committee. Consequently, we are under, we do have rules we have to follow. But there's also some rules that I as chair have created, and you're stuck with them until you please throw me out of this chair. The first thing I do need to highlight, though, is that this is an ISAC meeting, and it is for the advisory committee. And that's why the committee and principals are sitting here at this table. As we carry out our discussions over the next couple of days, discussion time is limited to those people at this table. It's really great to see a lot of outside people here. We ask that you observe. If you have something that contributes to a discussion, you are not free to stand up and speak. However, if there's an ISAC member here who wishes to call on you, we can do that. There is an opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting, and at that point, we'll invite anybody who's here to step up to the mic to speak to us about anything of issue. We have a process well established for ISAC members. When we're into a discussion period, if you wish to be recognized to speak, take your name card, stand it up sideways. I'll do the best I can to try to document the order in which they come up. We'll call on people in order. One thing I do ask is when you're done speaking, please turn your name card back down because I will call you again. Along with this, we might be a bit challenged today because this is the only microphone. And we're all used to having the microphones every 3 or 4 people. So we can try passing the mic to the extent that works. I think we'll find that that might be cumbersome during discussion time. It's critical today that when you speak, you start your speaking by stating your name clearly. We have people taking notes today that don't know us, and so we need to tell them who we are. Along with that, I ask that we all please try to be brief in our comments and questions. Time is very limited, and as anybody who's attended one of these ISAC meetings knows, I'm a big believer in staying on time. I will be a strict disciplinarian. Our times in the agenda, I consider to be fixed times, and I will not hesitate to cut people off. So please keep that in mind and be brief when you can. I want to highlight the fact that ISAC is an advisory committee. Our role is purely to provide advice. Once we have given our advice, our role is over. We have no role in asking or seeing to it that our recommendations are followed up on or anything. We certainly get reports on all of them, but our responsibility ends with offering advice, and that's what we're here for. During the course of the meeting, we will either as individuals or through subcommittees be developing action items, recommendations, and other things that we need to capture and be sure we have. Jerry Cook is our ISAC secretary. If anybody has an item of that nature that comes up during the meeting, get it to Jerry so that he can get it in so we can project it later in the meeting. I'd like to, before we go any further, is Hilda in the room? Hilda, would you like to just say a few things about the facility? Running microphones is good for exercise.
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. On behalf of the Secretary of Agriculture, the 4 undersecretaries, and the 8 USDA agencies that share the invasive species portfolio, I welcome you to our National Agricultural Library. We have facilities for you both in this room and in the 2 rooms next here for breakout sessions. The bathrooms are, as you pass the rooms to the right, both men and women. We also have put out a subset of the special book collection. And that is as you walk outside, veer to the left, and all of those are part of the things that we have in our book collection. If any of you want to see the full exhibit, we can organize a group at the end of Friday. So again, thank you to the National Agricultural Lab and to Kelsey for all the details to put this meeting together. I hope you have a great time. If there's any questions or issues, don't hesitate to let me know. We'll solve them. Thank you.
I'm without a microphone right now, and visually, my voice projects pretty well, so I'm assuming you can all hear me okay. This is likely to be how most of us will be speaking today, is without the microphone. So be sure to project as best you can, should that you find yourself in that situation. Next, I'd like to take a minute and do introductions, and I guess we'll start right here because I have the microphone. That works pretty well. And so what I'd like to do is we'll go around the table, introduce all the ISAC members and the folks at the table, and then I'd also like to have folks sitting in the side of the room here to introduce themselves. If I could ask everybody briefly just to state your name and your affiliation. So I'm Bob Wiltshire, and I'm with the Invasive Species Action Network out of Livingston, Montana.
Robert Bonney, I'm Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment at USDA.
Chris Seri with Department of Interior.
Good morning, Holly Bamford, Acting Assistant Secretary for Conservation and Management. Happy to be here.
Good morning, I'm Bill Brown. I'm the Chief Environmental Officer of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. But if you're wondering why I'm here, it's because I was the science advisor to Bruce Babbitt when we sort of launched this executive order and committee.
Eric Lane, Colorado Department of Agriculture.
Chuck Bargeron, University of Georgia.
Tammy Davis, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Stephen Phillips, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, Portland, Oregon.
Jody Tomaso, University of California, Davis.
Janice McFarland, Head of North America Regulatory and Stewardship for Syngenta. And good morning.
Ken Zimmerman, Lone Tree Cattle Company, Bishop, California.
Terry Tracy, U.S. Department of State.
Mark Emley, I represented the Army National Guard with Vic Benu before I retired. I'm a park ranger for invasive plant control in this county we're in right now, and I'm on the biological control coordinator for the Mid-Atlantic Invasive Plant Council.
Phyllis Johnson, University of North Dakota and Concordia College in Moorhead, Minnesota.
Pat Birch, Dow AgroSciences, located in Virginia.
Christine Nietzsche, National Invasive Species Council staff.
Phil Andriozzi, NISC staff.
Hillary Smith, Department of the Interior.
Hilda Diaz Soltero, USDA.
Stosh Burgel, NISC staff.
John Peter Thompson, Invasive Species Consultant.
Ed Mills, Cornell University.
Dave Reed, no real affiliation, but from the Great Lakes, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Good morning, Dave Starling with Aquatinary Services from Boone, Iowa, and faculty at Iowa State University College of Veterinary Medicine.
Nathan Stone, Englestone Aquatics.
Doug Burkett, Department of Defense, Armed Forces Pest Management Board.
Damon Way, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
Marshall Myers, I'm like Susan Ellis. I thought I had retired. I am representing a variety of people within the pet industry and the zoological community.
Phil Cowan, Landcare Research, New Zealand.
Bob Van Steenwyk, University of California, Berkeley.
Susan Ellis, former manager of the Invasive Species Program at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Jerry Cook, Sam Houston State University.
Nelroy Jackson, former vice chair of ISAC.
Jen Burks, Senator Hirono of Hawaii.
Jamie Blow, I'm the Director of the Armed Forces Pest Management Board. I'm here representing the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy Installations in the Environment.
Maniat Sedu, Agency License, Customs and Border Protection.
Silas Sharma from NOAA.
Ron Hardman, USDA APHIS.
Rosalind James, this is the first I've talked this morning, I guess. USDA Agricultural Research Service.
Kevin Hackett, Agriculture Research Service, and also co-chair of ITAP, the Federal Interagency Committee for Invasive Terrestrial Animals and Pathogens.
Joyce Bolton, USDA ARS National Agricultural Library.
Good morning. My name is Joe Macku. I'm the Natural Resources Program Leader here at the National Agricultural Library.
Tracy Willard, USDA APHIS.
Dan Thayer with USGS in Gainesville, Florida.
Pam Fuller, USGS, Gainesville, Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Peg Brady from DOC NOAA, Policy Liaison for DOC and NOAA.
Jessica Berry of NOAA.
Peyton Ferrier, I'm with the Economic Research Service of the USDA.
And Susan Pascoe, NOAA.
Terry Hogan, National Park Service.
Gina Ramos, Bureau of Land Management.
Annie Simpson, U.S. Geological Survey and FIC Renew co-chair.
Thanks, everybody. I think that's everyone who's in the room. I wanted to be sure to introduce Kelsey Brantley. This meeting won't happen without Kelsey. Kelsey's the key right hand that takes care of everything for us. Welcome, everybody. It's really exciting to me always to hear the introductions, just because it starts to give us a glimpse of the breadth of the invasive species issue. Everything from plants to animals to microbes all around the world. This is not something that's unique to any of us. So it highlights how big the problem is and also how daunting the solutions can be. And it's exciting for us to be able to come together to meet the challenge. Along the line of introductions, I want to be sure to recognize our officers, Eric Lane, Vice Chair, Jerry Cook, Secretary. Both have done a great job. Eric chairs the steering committee. I won't call on the steering committee by name, but thank you all very much for your service in preparing the agenda and getting us set for a good meeting. The agenda is in front of you. Eric, is there anything on the agenda you want to highlight?
Three subcommittees this afternoon, followed by group discussion on the bylaws and some wrap up. Tomorrow, more presentations, primarily in the morning, and then the afternoon is breakouts for all 6 of the subcommittees with some continued discussion on bylaws and wrap up. And then, as our typical format on Friday morning, we'll have the business session, if you will, where we have the fun of all the wordsmithing. Everybody likes that, right? And then we'll wrap up and head out of here. So that's the gist of it. I hope it meets with your approval. We juggled quite a few things to get as much into the agenda as we could on this particular meeting. And if anything comes up over the course of the meeting where we need to shove something else in, please bring it to my attention and we'll see what we can do to juggle. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric.
So Alice Walker writes, "Thank you is the best prayer anyone could say. I say that one a lot. Thank you expresses extreme gratitude, humility, and understanding." And I want to start this meeting in terms of what I have to offer, and hopefully all future ISAC meetings, with words of gratitude. I want to thank you for showing up, for serving on ISAC. And in particular, I want to express gratitude to the one individual, and a lot of this does come down to one individual, that enables us to all show up at these ISAC meetings. I want to give you some numbers to put this in perspective. Kelsey has been with NISC since its beginnings, and I did a little math. Now, you should always be suspect of my math, but this is pretty close. Over the course of her career, I estimate that Kelsey has spent the equivalent of 2,340 days of her life dedicated to ISAC. That's the equivalent of 6 years of her life, day in and day out, to support this process. I think that's a pretty substantial accomplishment and a pretty substantial dedication to this process. So where I live, which is in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, there is no single more valuable object than the mason jar. You can do a lot of things with mason jars. What I would like to invite us to do with this meeting and all future ISAC meetings is to use this mason jar for thank you notes, to make it point to express gratitude to the person who has not heard it, in my opinion, often enough over the last 15 years, and who deserves to know, that was my intent, who deserves to know that she is deeply appreciated and that we recognize that this process truly has been riding on her shoulders for so long. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thanks, Jamie, and especially thanks again, Kelsey. Now I'm going to put you all to work. The first thing we need to do is approve the minutes from our last meeting. The minutes have been posted on the website for quite some time. I trust that everybody's gone through them carefully, and I would entertain any suggestions of modifications to the bylaws or a motion for approval. Marshall? Second, Ken Zimmerman. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the minutes, please say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Let the record note that the motions were passed unanimously. That's the hard work I was going to ask you all to do right away. See, I told you this was going to be a good meeting. Yeah. What I'm going to do now is we're going to move in. I promised you I'd stay on schedule, but I don't have a problem with being ahead of schedule. We actually are a couple minutes ahead. And I'm going to ask Jamie to please introduce our first speaker.
One of the most potent aspects of any culture, institution, or cause is its origin story. We've invited our first speaker, Bill Brown, to share the origin story of NISC and ISAC. Bill served as the science advisor to Secretary Babbitt from 1997 to 2001, where he was instrumental in not only creating NISC, but also the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force and a group that was known as the Task Force on Amphibian Declines and Deformities. He is the former president and CEO of Woods Hole Research Institute, the Academy of Natural Sciences, and the Bishop Museum. He's also been a volunteer director for numerous nonprofit boards, including the Ocean Conservancy. Bill Brown is, shall we say, a well-educated man. He has a Juris Doctor from Harvard, Doctor of Philosophy and Zoology from the University of Hawaii, a Master of Arts in Teaching from Johns Hopkins, and a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from the University of Virginia, the second school that was founded by Thomas Jefferson. Since 1998, I've had the honor of knowing Bill as, should we say, a boss, a colleague, a friend, and most importantly, as an inspiration. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Bill's ability to bring people together, and by bringing people together to make a substantial difference. Bill?
That's very sweet. Thank you. I don't know if you guys know it, but Jamie did her doctorate working on frogs, right, with Paul Ehrlich. The fact that she could actually survive Paul Ehrlich for a number of years says a lot about her. Well, I'm honored to be invited to say a few things, and I'll try to keep it brief, as the chairman suggests. I'm getting old enough now that I'm beginning to handle the old guy role, so I'm I'll give it a shot. I was so delighted to see that Jamie was hired as the director of the council. She's going to really invigorate it. And I was just talking to Hillary Smith, who's at Interior, and glad to see she's here too. I'll try to be non-revisionist about this. So when I came into the Interior Department, I was introduced to this issue. I mean, I knew something about it, but not much. Initially by Bonnie Cohen, who was in the job that Chris is in. She was the assistant secretary, and she was a friend. And she said, Bill, you ought to work on weeds. There's a lot going on with weeds. This was April 1997. And I checked into weeds, and I knew Gordon Brown, who was Hillary's predecessor, and he was quite interested in having the secretary's office get involved. I had an initial kind of reaction to the issue, which was, besides the fact that it was important, that it was fragmented, that there was sort of bugs and weeds and aquatic nuisance, the fish, and then all these agencies were doing different things, within Interior and DOT on the roads and so forth. And so it was a little hard to know exactly how to bring it together. The other thing that struck me was that it rarely actually had bipartisan support. This really is a bipartisan issue. And then a thing that happened in history, you may remember. I am going to talk history a little bit because I guess I'm supposed to. It's not generally a good idea. There was a letter dated 25 April 97 that a whole bunch of scientists sent Al Gore, and highlighting the problem and highlighting the cost to the nation of the problem in billions of dollars, and that gave the federal government, the agencies that were interested, and I was getting involved in, something to work with. And so we drafted the letter that Gore then sent back to the scientists and said, and it committed the federal agencies to coming up with a strategy, and it designated the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce and Agriculture as sort of the leads for this, even though there are a lot of other players. And so we responded to that. And then I remember sitting around with a number of the folks. The Deputy Secretary of Agriculture actually was quite involved, Richard Rominger and Jim Baker at NOAA and others. And I don't remember who actually thought there ought to be an executive order for sure. I think it just kind of floated up. But everybody wanted Babbitt to do it and me to do it because Babbitt was wild on this kind of issue, and it was really easy to get a signature on the memo. And it was much harder at Commerce because there was more of a division, if you remember. And in fact, Babbitt actually never signed anything pretty much. You had to force him. He had a signature machine, but he knew what he wanted to have a signature on it. So I was asked to take the lead in getting an order through. So I drafted the order that created this and shared it with everyone. By the way, if you want to read this sort of some of the comments and all that stuff, it's actually almost all online now. If you Google Clinton Library, Invasive Species, There's one document that I gave shortly before we were ordered to depart the scene, but they digitized a whole lot of things too. There's a 62-page document that has comments from a range of agents. I discovered that latter yesterday, trying to prepare. So there was this, and to note, in terms of key players on this order, some of you may remember and some may not, Dinah Baer was the general counsel of CEQ. And then there was this great guy, he might still be there, he was a career official, but Mac Reed, who was the assistant OMB director for handling the executive orders. And so it was really the two of them and they asked me to sort of process the comments. This is the way this kind of thing works. So so they circulated it. And the most controversial aspect of the order was something, I slipped in some Section 7 Endangered Species Act type language, you probably noted. And the Defense Department and the State Department didn't like it because it said in the United States or elsewhere. And the order has sort of an exemption from that requirement for foreign policy or national security findings. But those agencies didn't want to have to make a finding if there was some effect on foreign stuff. And actually, mostly MAC at OMB sort of, frankly, kind of faced down admirals that like they went after him and kept that language. It was the most controversial aspect. So then, here's the story. The announcement of this order was at the National Geographic Society, and Gordon Brown and I had gotten Ed Wilson, E.O. Wilson, to come down and do the a speech in associated with it. And we had probably 500 people in the auditorium at National Geographic the day of the announcement, and the president hadn't signed the order yet. And so we were like waiting, and we were getting reports via CEQ on where the president was, and Todd Stern, who's now the climate envoy, was his clerk, was Clinton's clerk, and he was waiting at the base of the stairs in the residence. And then we heard that Todd had, shoved this document in front of the president's face, and he signed it, and then we got the word and we announced it. So that's what happened on that day. The purpose of what I've always called the Invasive Species Council, but it's gotten an N national in front of it. But obviously its function fundamentally was to create sort of a high-level leadership group, and one function is coordination. One was the budget, which is, sort of try to make sure that more happens than if you don't have something like this. And the other is to, advance the issue. We had the first meeting, all three secretaries came. Bruce Babbitt came, Dan Glickman came from Agriculture, and Billy Daly came from the Commerce Department. And then we met in the building where EPA is now, and there was a bomb scare. And we paused, and the Secretaries of Commerce and Agriculture left, but the Secretary of Interior stayed. I was proud of him. I'm sure the current secretary would stay. No, she wouldn't be afraid. And of course, we also created this order, the advisory committee, and its purpose was to bring in people that could really add intellectually and represented interests. So unlike some advisory committees where people are special government employees, they're supposed to be independent experts, this was intentionally set up to make sure that interests were there, but to have thoughtful people, and it's been a good committee. We hired the staff. The staff reported to me initially, and I hired the first DOI coordinator too, which was important for us. And I note that Chris and Kelsey have been here since when I was here, and let me second what Jamie said about Kelsey. Yeah, she actually was the backbone of the place. In the first 6 months. And then we did the first management plan, which, as you know, was sort of kind of a special effort, and I think was good. And the policy level folks, just like my colleagues at the table, were quite involved. I mean, the staff mostly wrote that plan, but the political appointees we're very involved, and it made a difference. So a couple observations. Obviously, it's always a good time, frankly, to regroup and recharge, no matter what you're doing. And this is a good time for now. And I know that the woman to my left here is going to do that. I mean, I don't think she actually knows how to be in a place unless she's kind of remaking it. So you can just count on that happening. These are personal observations that are more general. I think and most of them, I think everybody's probably already been thinking about. It's really important to help people realize that invasive species have a broader cost that most people realize in respect to water and food and health and safety. There are a lot of issues that are not just what people would think of as birds and bunnies that are involved with this. I think surrounding this, there is what I would call a core vision of respecting the earth and our interest as human beings in its health and sustainability. And I would say that I think a core objective of this function is to manage global change. And that's not a new term, but global change that humans bring about. And when you think about it, since actually there were only 2,000 human beings about 60,000 years ago, but it's only been 10,000 years we've sort of metamorphosed the world. And one thing we've done is we've converted land and cut back on biodiversity. We have spewed pollution, sometimes on purpose, but often in the form of waste. And greenhouse gases are waste. And this is human-caused change. And and the problem of invasive species is associated with all of that, and sort of weaves its way through that. And there is no reason why this issue should not ride the same wave of attention and money, really, that the climate issue. I mean, and it is sort of, I think we could ride it better. And then what to do? Of course, naturally, I can only suggest things that are probably more pedestrian than these big words, but I think to recast and communicate as integral to our work global change and climate. That'll be seen by some as a liberal enterprise, but I would help deflate that by restating that there is a huge cost to society caused by invasive species, and sort of bring out the bipartisan support that's always been there. I would invest in NISC and ISAC for what Jamie would call cutting edge solutions. She gave me some talking points, but I mostly wrote this. But you use the term cutting edge, and some of the things are genomic characterizations and actually epigenetics as well, where I think for the first time we actually might be able to control some of these organisms, and we'd almost given up on it. We were really into prevention more than control, but there are some opportunities, I think. Obviously, using IT and apps. I mean, the world has changed since Bruce Babbitt was the Secretary of Interior, and I was at his side. Going global. This is a global issue, and Jamie was the international person on the council, so she actually worked for my wife for a while too at the State Department. And then this is really boring, but I think it's really important. Educate, because we don't. If you walk in the woods and you don't know what's there, I mean, how are you going to really have a feel for this issue? I mean, I'll give an example. I was in a meeting of the Migratory Bird Council, and a high-level official working on that, I will not name the individual, was going on about a little bit about invasive species, and then talked about being in a bus driving through Washington and how it was bad. They ran over some birds, and I almost said they were probably house sparrows. So we need to, there's kind of an intimacy. And then three quick things. Jamie asked me to mention what in my I've been in the job I have now 2 years. So my assignments to try to make the agency more environmental. But so one thing we've done that may have some bearing. we funded the creation of a standing committee of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. So I think it's the first time the Interior Department's done something like that. There have been projects. But we had a FACA committee, and we actually, in our case, decided to move to the academies. It was a different kind of FACA committee. It was not representing interests. And so, and if you, what you want is independent science, the academies are hard to beat. But in addition to having them do sort of review of research priorities, we're going to ask them and seek partners from other agencies to address the larger issues that, and BOEM, you know, even though it's this little mouse that's roaring in some ways in terms of size, it's got all, it's really involved in all kinds of things. And a $35 million a year science program that addresses, you know, a lot of things. So the academies is one thing, good way to sort of reinvigorate. Second, the Secretary of Interior is very interested in landscape mitigation. And one thing that we're doing and I'm trying to do in BOEM is to have us think sort of further upstream about the potential impacts of energy development on a landscape scale and, you know, geospatially defined with maps and things like that. And at least when I was involved with this committee before, that was not so central to what it was doing. And I recommend looking at landscapes in terms of invasives. And then quickly, Jamie she brought up the fact that there are a lot of vessels and rigs and odd things that my agency regulates. And they might pick up some weird stuff. So thanks to her, that a little bit. My way to just finish it. This is a really important thing to work on. It's as important as anything else in what humans' interaction with the environment, in my view. And so I think you're doing God's work, whatever God you might recognize. Thank you.
We're really fortunate today to have the principals from the three primary NISC agencies, Interior, Commerce, and Agriculture, that have given us time to come today, and we're extremely fortunate. They're pulled in a million different directions. And so next we'll have short presentations from each of the three, followed by a discussion period. As we move into this, keep in mind, I've got too many papers here. The points, you all got an email from the agencies about the things that they'd like us to focus on going forward, the 5 points. So keep those in mind as they go through their presentations, and let's see if we can't start right now to build a brighter future for ISAC. Our first speaker will be Chris Sari from the Department of Interior. Chris, as many of you will recall, was able to join us briefly at our Silver Springs meeting, our last meeting. At that point, she had actually suffered through a red-eye flight in order to make it back to be with us, and came straight from the airport. So this time, I think she's slightly better rested. So Chris is currently the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy, Management, and Budget. She's held several positions providing critical roles to the administration. Prior to joining the department, Chris was the Associate Director for Legislative Affairs at the Office of Management and Budget in the Executive Office of the President. Chris also served as the Deputy Director of Policy and Strategic Planning at the Department of Commerce. She spent a number of years on Capitol Hill working for U.S. Senator Jack Reed and the Senate Commerce Committee and the bipartisan Northeast Midwest Senate Coalition. Chris received a Bachelor of Arts in Science from Washington University and her Master of Science in Natural Resources and Master of Public Health from the University of Michigan. I'm delighted to have her here today. And Chris.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Bob. So before we start the panel, I wanted to just take a little bit of opportunity to be able to express my appreciation to our staff and a number of our ISAC members that are here today. Let me acknowledge Kelsey left. Oh, there she is over there. I just want to add, I know she's working the room. I just want to add my thanks to what Jamie said for how long you've dedicated yourself to ISAC and NISC. Really appreciate that. The other person I really want to thank is Chris, who has for the last year or more been serving as our acting executive director. We are so appreciative for him stepping into the role for the last year and continuing his support of ISAC and NISC as well. And I think, Chris, that the staff might actually have a gift for you. And I understand there's some history behind this gift too. I think you have to show it to everyone. Thank you, Chris, very much. And as Bob mentioned, today we are going to unfortunately have to say goodbye to 4 very dedicated members of ISAC. And we really want to thank everybody for the help that they've given and acknowledge that. So first, I'd like to thank Eric Lane for all of his great work. Eric and I actually went to grad school together, so it's going to be kind of disappointing that he's not coming out to visit, twice a year or so. So thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. I also want to thank Phyllis Johnson. Sorry. Oh, I got the wrong one. Hold on. Sorry about that. Apologies. Switch. There we go. Apparently I can't read this morning. So maybe I did get off the red eye, but still a little bit groggy. There you go, Phyllis. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The next person is Stephen Phillips. Stephen, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let me run back. Thank you very much. And the last one is Joe Tommaso, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. And finally, just one final thing before we get started, and everybody has introduced Jamie today. I want to say that, I thought Robert, Holly, and I made a pretty good decision when we decided to hire Jamie as a new executive director. After hearing Bob and Bill's comments, I feel like we are absolutely brilliant, that we just look great. So that was wonderful. But yeah, exactly. You're right. Get out while you can. No, I just want to say we're so happy that Jamie has joined the NISC family as the executive director. She has been working very hard since coming here, and I think we all are just really looking forward to being able to work with her over the months that we have left in this administration, but also feel like what we're doing is having a very strong executive director in place that'll help move into the future of NISC. So Jamie, we're so excited to have you on board, and I hope everybody is as excited as we are on that. So thank you very much. Next, I just really want to say how happy Robert, Holly, and I are to join you this morning and have a chance to talk to you a little bit about our interests and work on invasive species issue and actually be able to have a dialogue with you on these topics. I thought I'd just probably share a little bit of my history about invasive species and why I've been so interested in the topic. I grew up in the 1970s. I was a kid in the state of Michigan. And at that time, my dad was an electrical engineer that actually built power systems throughout the state. And so at that time, it was really hard growing up in Michigan, not hearing about the impacts of invasive species on the Great Lakes, whether you were talking, say sea lamprey, but we were hearing the impacts on the fisheries of the Great Lakes. We heard it definitely on, power systems with zebra mussels. It started impacting, if you grow up in the Great Lakes states, you spend a lot of time in the water and you were, having kids get cuts from these issues and from zebra mussels. It's something I grew up with and knowing, the harm it was having to the environment. I was fortunate when I went to Capitol Hill to work with the Northeast Midwest Senate Coalition and the Great Lakes Task Force. And that aquatic invasive species is always a very huge priority of the work that we did. And so again, it just kept reinforcing what an important topic this was to address, both from a biological and ecological standpoint, but also very much from an economic standpoint as well. Moving into the administration, I was fortunate enough to get to work with Holly at the Department of Commerce, and obviously it is a central issue there. At OMB, we were responsible for budget crosscuts on this issue, so I used to get that kind of look across the federal government. And then now at the Department of Interior and working very closely with USDA on what's going on in the Great Basin and cheatgrass, it only just kind of keeps reinforcing to me the importance of the issue. I'm very fortunate at my job in Interior. One of the key roles that we have is Office of Native Hawaiian Affairs. So I appreciate Senator Honer's office being here this morning. And, I also see the impacts you can really have on such a unique environment and ecosystems that are the Hawaiian Islands. And so it just keeps reaffirming to me how important it is that we address this issue. And while I'm only in my current position for the next 14 or 15 months or so, I want to try to do as much as I possibly can to make a difference here. I don't think I need to tell this group, but addressing invasive species is just critical to our biological diversity, to our economy, to our food security, and our human health issues. The executive order creating NISC and ISAC, and Bill, thank you so much for providing that history. That was incredibly helpful, was a call to action, and it was a call to action about 2 decades ago. And it really just expressed how important a policy priority this was. And it's a call to action that is still relevant and maybe even more relevant today than what it was. So I think you're looking at this group here trying to say, how do we really kind of take that call to action and kind of keep moving it forward? Because the basis of that executive order, the work of NISC and ISAC is very, very strong. I think our presence at this meeting is really meant to demonstrate the commitment that we show to wanting to address invasive species and to really strengthen the role of ISAC and NISC, not only in the policy discussions around invasive species, but invasive species have huge impacts on a lot of what our priorities are on landscape conservation issues and on trying to address climate change. So real strong priorities of this administration. I think invasive species play a key role. So some of this is broadening the discussion even a little bit to put that context in place. As everybody knows, no single department can provide the authorities or resources necessary to protect the wide range of natural interests that are threatened by this. So, one of the things we really want to do with NISC is to provide that structure for robust federal participation and look how we can all work together, whether it's leveraging resources or expertise or personnel to make this truly kind of a federal-wide effort. So I think recognizing that we have a relatively short time horizon in this administration, Robert, Holly, and I came together and said, what is it that we can really try to focus on over the course of these next 15 months? that we can show actionable results in, but also what we thought would lay a very firm basis for future works for NISC and ISAC. And a lot of what we looked at is we looked at things that we knew were priorities to the administration, but also things that we knew ISAC had an interest in pursuing, and that they were all working on. So as you know, the things that we mentioned in our letter was we've been working very hard on early detection and rapid response framework to look at local, regional, and federal level work. We're really hoping that we can use ISAC to help us with the facilitation of both adoption and implementation of ED and our framework. The other area, and I know ISAC is working on it, is looking at the federal authorities relevant to the effective implementation of the executive order to see where there might be conflicts or where we could take some administrative actions to really kind of strengthen and improve our efforts. Going to Bill's point around climate change and how this should be on par in the resources, we actually wanted to have this group look at whether we should kind of conduct national assessments of sorts, similar to what they did to climate change, because it did kind of bring a comprehensive picture together. I think we could not do that during our time here, but we actually thought it would be a useful kind of discussion for this group to have. The other thing is, at the heart of this, and apps is a very important part of communication now, is how can we do a better job communicating about invasive species? I think all of our departments are doing a lot to try to work with states to do things, but we don't have a comprehensive framework necessary to figure out how we can drill down and really try to use our resources and our expertise together to create a message and a communication plan. And then last, how do we really promote regional cooperation on invasive species? And again, looking at the landscape level. And I greatly appreciate there's a lot of discussion at this meeting on the sage steppe ecosystem. Robert and I have been involved in it, and it is incredibly important to the Western economy. As you know, we are all looking at a potential endangered species listing for the sage grouse. There was a decision at the end of the month made by Fish and Wildlife Service that it wasn't warranted, and it was really because of very strong federal, state, and local effort. And addressing wildland fire and addressing cheatgrass is absolutely central to that issue. And while that listing didn't happen, everybody is watching very closely that we actually live up to the commitments and really try to address this issue to restore that ecosystem. So I appreciate the conversation that's having. Holly, I haven't quite figured out how to get NOAA involved in it, but I'm sure that there is a way. Any chance we can, we will. Yeah, there you go, satellites, weather. Rising sea. We're in a lot of trouble if it makes it to the Great Basin.
We'll be there eventually.
Anyways, so I'm really looking forward to a constructive discussion this morning, and I want to thank you again for your service and for working with all of us. With that, I'll turn it over to Robert.
Can't let Robert speak without an introduction. So very pleased to have Robert. First, thank you, Chris. Very pleased to have Robert here today. Robert Bonney is the Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's a post he's held since August 2013. In his role, he oversees the work of the U.S. Forest Service and the Natural Resources Conservation Service. He works directly with the Secretary, other USDA agencies, and other federal partners on climate change policy. Robert joined the USDA in 2009 as Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, for Environment and Climate Change. Prior to that, he was Vice President for Land Conservation for the Environmental Defense Fund. Robert grew up on a farm in Kentucky and now lives in Virginia.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. And good to be with all of you today. And I think maybe I'll start off with an apology to Hilda. Thanks for all the work you did preparing talking points. I'm going off script. Apologies for that. But actually to Hilda, thanks for all the work you've done on this issue for a long, long time. It's much appreciated. And I also want to acknowledge First, I want to acknowledge just the critical importance to this issue across all of USDA. It's an issue that, as Hilda pointed out earlier, we have multiple agencies that deal with. You all know the great work that APHIS does across this issue. Same thing with the research agencies, ARS, ERS, all the work we do around both the research on invasive species themselves, but the economics and social aspects of it as well. What I thought I'd do is actually focus much of my comments on sort of my side of the shop, the two land management agencies that I work with, and talk about some of the areas where I think this work that you all do is incredibly important, and some of the sort of larger trends we're dealing with, I think, on the land management side, and how invasive species are central to that. So let me start with Forest Service. A significant emphasis on Forest Service right now has to do with forest restoration and management, particularly across the National Forest System, but across all forests and all lands. In many of those ecosystems, we've taken fire out for decades, and that's had significant changes on the structure of the ecosystems. And we have, as Chris points out, a substantial fire management challenge across the National Forest System, but on private lands as well. And so we've seen acreage in the last 30 years double in terms of acres burned every year across the U.S. We've seen a larger, more catastrophic fire. And of course, there's significant forest health issues associated with that. Some are native species like mountain pine beetles that have we've had very large outbreaks due to changes in climate and stress on forests and other things. But there are also invasive species issues that are tied up with a lot of the work we're doing around forest restoration and forest management. And this is not only obviously an important issue for USDA, but as you read the news around fires and other things, this is a critical issue for a lot of people and the public at large. Off of the National Forest System lands, we have enormous challenges related to urban forests and, emerald ash borer and, of course, Dutch elm disease. And if you look backwards around chestnut blight, and there are enormous challenges for us related to invasive species. On the Natural Resources Conservation Service side of the shop, NRCS primary role is in putting a series of conservation programs through the Farm Bill onto the ground, working with landowners in places across the country to deal with a variety of natural conservation issues: water quality, wildlife, soil health, air quality, you name it. And here again, there are a number of places we're working where invasive species issues are a critical part of the work we're doing. And so we essentially, through those programs, fund practices. We fund technical assistance and financial assistance around certain conservation practices, including integrated pest management and a lot of things that directly tie to what we're talking about today. But I think a broader point I want to make across both Forest Service and NRCS is that, and this tracks well with what Bill said earlier, we are increasingly focusing on large landscapes to tackle the problems we need to tackle, whether it's a rare species like sage grouse, whether it's water quality in Chesapeake Bay or what have you. We have to work across large landscapes. And because of that need to think bigger, collaboration becomes far more important. So the best work we're doing right now on the ground, whether it's Forest Service large-scale landscape restoration or the work that NRCS is doing, and sometimes those two agencies actually working together, the best work is cross-agency. It's working with local stakeholders. It's developing collaborative approaches that sort of break down some of the polarization we've seen around natural resource issues in the past and creates a more collaborative approach. And I think as the land management side of USDA thinks about issues like invasive species, that type of those collaborative approaches on the ground, I think, are incredibly important. So thinking about cross-agency work, partnership with all the organizations and the types of organizations you all work with, and thinking about an all lands approach where it's not just federal land or private lands, it's actually all lands, and thinking about how you work across boundaries is incredibly important. The other point I make is another point Bill made. Bill, you scooped me. Is just the critical importance of climate change as well in both the public consciousness but in policy discussions as well. And again, the significant interactions we see on the ground with invasive species issues. USDA has made a number of investments in climate policy. We're working both on the mitigation side, looking for ways that we can work cooperatively with farmers, ranchers, forest landowners to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're also spending a significant amount of time on the adaptation and resilience side. How can we make agriculture and forestry operations more resilient? And here, there's a significant overlay with invasive species as well. Chris talked about the example in the sage brush ecosystem with this interaction of fire, climate change, invasive species, cheatgrass. We see the same type of interactions in a lot of other ecosystems. I think about longleaf pine in the southeast and kogon grass and other challenges that we face. So I think, again, the climate overlay is an important one as you all think about your work. And I know you've already done, you've already thought about this certainly long before I have. Another, I think, important issue for all of us is to realize is just the budgetary environment we're operating in from a federal standpoint. It's a challenging one. I think about NRCS. We've dropped significant numbers of staff over the last few years. I think all the USDA agencies are are challenged. Forest Service is dedicating more and more dollars every year to fighting forest fire. I mean, in the fiscal year that just ended, we're probably north of 60% of the Forest Service budget dedicated to fire. All that's to say that the prioritization, the collaboration, the leverage that we get from working together is only going to get more important. Even if the budget situation in Washington improves somewhat, there's still a very high priority, I think, put on prioritizing what we do, looking for ways that we can leverage collaboration on the ground. So I think from our standpoint, as Chris talked about, and I'm sure Holly will talk about as well, I mean, our goal is to provide stronger leadership, better collaboration, better work across our agencies, and to look for you all for advice and counsel in how we can do that. And Chris, of course, in our talked about it, but in our letter to you, we suggested some areas that I think certainly over the next year are incredibly important. And I want to close by emphasizing one thing, which is, and Chris made reference to this as well, we're all short timers. I'm a short timer. I got 15 months and I'm fired. And I think as we think about what our goals are for the last 15 months, thinking about what more we can do to institutionalize this, to both renew our commitment here and to do it in a way that sustains this issue, that builds this issue, no matter who takes over, whether it's a Republican administration or a Democratic administration. Again, as Bill pointed out, this is a bipartisan issue. There are lots of interests on all sides of this, and so I think our real interest here is in working with all of you to continue to raise the profile of this, but to do it in a way that will be sustained in the agencies and across the departments for time to come. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thanks, Robert. Just a reminder, once again, we'll have a chance to question everybody here in a couple of minutes. Our next speaker will be Dr. Holly Bamford. Dr. Bamford is the Assistant Administrator for NOAA's National Ocean Service, performing duties of the Assistant Secretary for Conservation and Management for the U.S. Department of Commerce. U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA. I can't even read my own writing. In this role, Dr. Bamford works closely with Congress, other agency leaders, partner organizations, and local communities to develop policies and take conservation and community resiliency actions to ensure coastal and ocean stewardship and services. Previously, as Assistant Administrator for NOAA's National Ocean Service, Dr. Bamford directed the federal agency that provides coastal and ocean science-based solutions to address evolving economic, environmental, and social pressures on our oceans and coasts. Dr. Bamford earned a PhD in the field of organic environmental chemistry, and we're very delighted to have her with us today.
Thank you, Bob. So just imagine what my business cards look like. They're about this big. So it's funny because I'm acting assistant secretary, but in performing those duties, but also part of the career staff as assistant administrator for the Ocean Service. So for me, seeing the transgression between a transition in this committee to ensure sustainability and activity is going to be critical. You know, we see a transition coming up in 15 months. How do we put in place various activities, priorities that we can sustain across a transition of administration and continue that work moving forward. So we're very much from a Department of Commerce and NOAA perspective interested in the insights and recommendations coming out of this committee. I do want to start with my thanks, Robert Bonney, for hosting today's meeting. This is a great venue, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Chris Sari, I've worked with Chris when she was on the Hill. She's great. We were able to get stuff done. I'm really love her leadership and her commitment to this committee as well, and to getting us organized as a federal body with the Federal Advisory Committee. To the chairman and everybody here, you all have day jobs, so we really appreciate you spending 2.5 days here to discuss this issue. We know it's a time commitment, but it's really important. It's critically important. As Bill said, this is an issue that we are tracking and that we need to continue to find mitigation recommendations, mitigation activities, science to help us better manage the resources that we're responsible within our federal agencies. So a couple things. We're here really to address those challenges. And obviously I bring the more aquatic/marine side to the conversation. And from a NOAA perspective, we have a number of mission and mandates, particularly in the fisheries arena and fisheries management, that we need to move forward. Invasive species is a critical component of that because it really affects our management strategies, our ability to protect resources, to sustain resources, both in the commercial and recreational fishing. But the other thing is I don't really see a divide between the terrestrial and aquatic marine work, because I was just reading an article yesterday in Miami that's talking about those king tides, that basically you get flooding on sunny days. And the biggest concern is basically when the water comes in and recedes, it's hitting soils that it's never touched before. There's microbes and there's organisms in there that they're concerned are going to be invasive to the maritime environment. So there's really, from our perspective, looking at climate impacts, sea level rise, and the impacts this is going to have on species we're going to find in the water, in the maritime, in the marine community. It's going to have a significant impact on how we manage the coast. So we're looking at that moving forward in terms of looking future of what are some of the significant issues that we see around the corner that hopefully you in your everyday job are working and looking at, that can provide insights and value to how we can ultimately manage those future stressors that we are aware of today, but we need to move our management, our policy to address those in the future. From a NOAA perspective, we don't have necessarily a dedicated invasive species budget line. I agree with Robert. Funding is a critical issue, but what we have done is integrated the invasive species policies and work that we do in the agency into our existing programs. And actually, that's been quite effective. We have Peg Brady here with us, and I want to thank her for getting me prepared for this meeting, but she has been instrumental in helping NOAA sustain this issue, keep it on the forefront, and ensuring that as our programs move forward, we ensure that invasive species is part of that dialogue. It's part of our management process, so we can basically manage the resources most effectively looking at invasive species. So the other thing I want to mention is from the Department of Commerce perspective, there's a significant economic impact when it comes to invasive species. And it's interesting that NOAA sits in the Department of Commerce. I think some people would think would be in the Department of Interior. But there's a true connection when you look at, particularly with this secretary, Secretary Penny Pritzker truly gets the relationship between science, data, and economic impact. And it's a really, I mean, when you look at how we're putting our strategic plan together and we're moving that forward, invasive species plays a critical component to that. My role has been focused on resilient communities, resilient coastal communities. And when you look at the resiliency of a community, it's a number of factors, including environmental factors, including climate factors, demographics, jobs, housing. So when you start to look at all those impacts, there's subtleties when you look at the environmental side of it. When you look at pressures on a community's the jobs or the housing market, there's all these indirect connections between the environment and the coast community itself. So looking at invasive species as a part of that complex ecosystem, ecosystem includes the ecosystem, but the people and the economic component to that is very critical. And hopefully as you are thinking and working through this, you think about that as a true ecosystem across not only the science and the environmental aspect, but how that truly plays into decision-making, into economic decisions, into community decisions. And I think that's one thing to mention is we focus a lot on the science, but sometimes, obviously, when we're sitting in these meetings, science is one piece of the equation. And as a scientist, it kills me when, you're moving science forward and the decision is made a little bit in tangent to that, because there's other pressures that people are looking at when they're putting policy and regulations in place and moving budgets. So as you're moving towards the invasive species issue, particularly from a regional and local perspective, ensuring that those other factors are in play in terms of community, economics, and economy. So I just want to lay that out from a Department of Commerce perspective, that's very significant to us, connecting those three and ensuring that within the invasive species structure and how we manage, we consider those aspects moving forward. So again, I just want to say thank you for your time and energy to be here. I do want to thank Jamie and congratulate her. I'm very excited working with you. And I also want to thank Bill. It's nice to know that things haven't changed. We're still trying to intercept the president from a helicopter to the front door to sign various executive orders. So it's really exciting to know that has not changed one bit. So, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Holly. Okay, great. Kelsey said she needs exercise, so she's going to run the microphone. It's a time for question and answers. So would anybody like to address a question? Marshall.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the letter of October 4, giving us 5 topic areas. I've probably served on ISAC longer than anybody. Maybe Ken and I tie the record. This is probably the first time that's really happened. Each one of those subjects could be a FACA committee in its own right. And then you go on and ask us to come back to you with a bunch of suggestions. Here I'm going to play the cynical lawyer. You do not want us going off on a frolic of our own. I think it would be very helpful if not only the 3 principal agencies or departments, but each of the NISC members could come back to us with some specific requests. We're an advisory committee that should respond to your questions. And back in the very early, when I went off term the first time, I did a presentation, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't want to ever have to do that again. I think if you could actually get agencies to come and ask for specific advice that we could respond to, rather than our trying to dream up advice we think you need. I think this is critical. I did at the very first ISAC meeting jokingly say I'm a country lawyer. I don't understand this highfalutin stuff. I'm afraid I still feel that way at times. So I think to the extent that you could get the NISC members to specifically within, being a lawyer, I'll say 30 days, we're not in court, so I'll give you 45. But if we could get some specific narrow requests that we could advise you in each of those 5 topics, I think that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Janice.
Yeah, thank you. We all were really excited to see the letter, and thanks, Marshall, for those comments on specificity. On 2 of the areas, we have, and I'm relatively new to the ISAC, and throughout all of the stakeholders we hear from do want more information on economic impact and more science-based information on the economic impact for all of the different types of invasive species. So I was wondering if you all had additional advice on how, working across the different groups and different departments, there could be more of a development on how, guidance on how economic analysis should be done or how it could get prioritized by different groups that are working on economic impact. And the second question, so there's just two and they're different topics. On your second bullet, I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more information on on your ideas on the impact of federal authorities with the executive order. If you could shape that a little bit more, that I think would help some of us in thinking. So thank you very much and for being here.
Would anybody like?
Yeah, why don't and Holly and Robert please chime in. Marshall, first, thank you for your comment. I think one of the things we felt important was wanted to give areas, but definitely no, you're absolutely right. Establish a FACA on any one of those issues. So we do owe this group coming back with more specifics and talking with our NIST counterparts and engaging the staff. So you can, I think, definitely count on us to do that. And I think, Janice, it goes a little bit to the economic comment you made. I think, and Holly just said it great, like understanding and being able to present the economic impacts of invasive species, I actually think is very compelling to policymakers and to communities. And I think one of the things we were trying to get at a little bit in the third bullet about the national assessment is if you ask the federal government to come and assess the economic impacts of invasive species, every single department would probably come up with a different way that they do their assessment, and it's just by virtue of the different departments we're in. So I think that's why we are trying to see, do we think this is useful, and if it is, how do you try to harmonize some of those things so that if we were providing that type of effort, we could look kind of consistently across that with a CEQ or an OSTP kind of helping us out on that. So that's some of the questions that I think we are trying to ask and get at that issue. But I think right now, it's kind of like with the budget crosscuts, I think they're very important, but at the end of the day, like Holly said, is you might not have a specific line item, and your agencies are probably doing invasive species in many different ways, and you can't pull out a very good number because we don't have any rules of the road, to try to look at these issues.
I just reiterate, I think it's not asking like what analysis we should do, but the process of how we do that and where are we missing. A lot of times we'll go through an economic analysis and we don't include an economist or a social science up front. You know what I mean? We say we kind of do the science and we say, wow, that was cool. Let's bring an economist and see what that means. I think, a process that we can really deliberatively ensure that the question or issue we're trying to ask is a part of that process, and we can kind of mimic that, because obviously based on our missions, we might do it in different sectors. So we're not actually looking for that sector, we're looking for how we can actually compare apples to apples to show that economic impact, but then also utilize that in decision making.
Yeah, what I would just add, I agree with everything that's been said. I think, even if you look at USDA, we've got ERS is doing a lot of really good work on the economics of invasive species, but so's the Forest Service, right? Forest Service has a huge research side to that agency as well. That's just within USDA. One question is, what we can do better, not only across USDA, but across all the departments to think about, again, we live in a world where we have limited resources. Can we do a better job of coordinating some of that? And I think you all can be important in helping us do that. The other thing I just say on kind of the broader question of executive authorities, again, as I noted in my comments, USDA has a lot of agencies doing a lot of very different things on this, and I think we've got everything from the science piece to the regulatory piece on down to the stuff I talked about around land management. And I think again, lots of opportunities here. And to Marshall's point, there are lots of a lot of places we can focus on here, and I think again, thinking about what we can do in the next 15 months to get some of those authorities, some priorities pointed in the right direction is going to be important.
Thanks. I have Bill Hyatt.
Yeah, this is a question for Robert and Chris. Robert, in your remarks, you identified as our challenge going forward is to work at the landscape level, across borders, across jurisdictions, across lines, et cetera. What I'm curious about is whether or not either of you have any thoughts on a program, the LCC program within Interior, which largely aims to do just that. And that's a program that has its advocates and its adversaries. It's a program that's relatively new, certainly going through some growing pains and possibly heading towards some transition. So I'm wondering if you had any thoughts as to how that program might morph into just what you were envisioning, or if that's possible.
So I might leave specific comments. So I might leave specific comments on the LCCs to Chris, but we've got staff working in them. We've got NRCS and Forest Service staff both in LCCs across the country working on those efforts. I think more broadly, you know, as I said, these types of collaborative approaches are increasingly the way this stuff gets done, and particularly with the emphasis on large landscape conservation. The one thing I will say, whether it's LCCs or the stuff we're doing, a lot of this stuff is relatively new, right? And we're thinking at bigger scales and thinking differently than we did before. So in some sense, we're sort of making some of this stuff up as we go along. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, we're having to develop new tools. I mean, for the stuff we do on the Forest Service side, new ways of doing NEPA, new ways of involving the public, getting the forest industry and the environmental community and local communities all to sit down to work together. And that, I think, is going to be the way we do conservation at large landscapes going forward. There's been a lot of work across the agency, whether it's in spending Land and Water Conservation Fund or thinking about, so Bureau of Reclamation and Natural Resources Conservation Service are working together on water quality or water quantity issues in the West. You've got NRCS, Forest Service working with BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service on cheatgrass, invasive species, post-fire response, all this stuff. And so there are lots of opportunities here. There are a number of different mechanisms. LCCs is one of those pieces. Some of the mechanisms are a little bit more top-down. Some of them are more bottoms up, and the stuff where in the past we've had significant, particularly on the Forest Service side, significant amount of controversy around forest management, forest restoration, whether it's invasive species, fire, you name it. These grassroots efforts on the ground are actually producing big results. We're getting large landscape scale of conservation agreement on how to do that. But we haven't, you know, we're still developing mechanisms about how you make that happen on the ground. LCCs is one venue. There are others as well. And I think part of the challenge here is in those broader conversations is to make sure the invasive piece is dealt with kind of in the same context.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I think exactly what Robert said is this is an approach from many different angles, and the LCCs actually, I think, can play a very strong role here because of its looking at those regions and trying to bring those critical areas together. I'm very hopeful that we've started a process with the LCCs that will actually be able to stay in place. I know we don't have friends necessarily in Congress on this whole thing, but it's something that we kind of feel very strongly about, and we think it's been a good approach. It allows us to work with USDA. You know, NOAA plays a very important role in this in terms of the science that they bring to the table. And I think the one thing I would add is the reason why I think, you know, Robert had it right, like we got to look at it from different angles. We're doing some funding around resilient landscapes, and that's not really part of the LCC process, but it is in terms of looking at wildland fire management, invasives, and how we kind of improve the resiliency of these landscapes from wildfire. So it's attacking on a bunch of different angles. And I'll have to say, one of the reasons I love the Department of Interior and I absolutely love this job is I get like kind of crossovers between my two passions, which is terrestrial and marine. I'm like an avid scuba diver, which is why I got my start actually working a lot in the marine environment. And if we limit ourselves too much to terrestrial, we actually don't get to do some of the marine work. And I think there was like a great partnership I was even hearing today in terms of looking at the marine landscape and the marine environment in the sense of we have entities like BOEM out there doing great marine science. It gets complemented by NOAA's work, and how we can then work together across those type of landscapes is actually going to be critical. So I look at it as like, let's come at this from as many different angles as possible. And it's also one of those things I was trying to say in my comments is I don't want this just to be about invasive species policy. It's critical, but I think we need to integrate it across all of our work. It's critical to the landscape. It's critical to climate, as everybody demonstrated here.
Next is Eric, and I would like to remind our members to please introduce yourself at the beginning of your comment.
This is Eric Lane, Colorado Department of Ag. So a few different thoughts. One, to sort of tear off of Marshall's comments. Part of what Marshall focused on was asking the departments to be focused and direct. And one thing that I have wondered ever since I came on ISAC as well is you all have experience with a number of different faculty. I have experience with one. And so I think from a department perspective, you have a breadth of experience with different faculty committees and may have some insights based on your experience with those different committees on how some of them function better than others and provide the departments and the federal government with a real service. I'm sure across the spectrum of faculty committees, some are more effective than others. And I think you all are in a better position to know which ones those are and perhaps to put some thought into why so that you can bring to ISAC some of those kernels so that we can utilize our 2.5 days of time back here effectively, which is fulfilling for us, and effectively, which is why we exist for you. So to think maybe not just about the specificity, but to think about the structure and how we can do that. A couple of quick thoughts also. It's really apparent to me that that this issue is being sort of re-illuminated by the fact that the three of you are taking a good half day to focus on this. And it's not something that we've seen a lot of in past years. But I also think that as you go out into your departments and agencies, you can be a really tremendous champion just by speaking about it more broadly wherever you are. You raise the visibility so that the staff of your agencies see that it is a relevant issue. And I think that that makes them maybe more susceptible so that when a project more locally comes to their attention, they're more likely to say yes and more likely to engage. So if I could ask something sort of in return, it would be to integrate into the language that you use with your departments and your agencies to help re-illuminate this issue for folks that may not be getting it from very many other places in their organization. And certainly hearing it from a secretarial level goes a long way, I think, to help elevate the issue and make it a more viable one. Just as I'm sure with this administration, you've all been asked to talk more about climate change, and it has now a very bright spotlight on it, despite the fact that there are conflicts and challenges in that. It's something that across the agencies and across the departments, we see more and more discussion about it, which brings the partners more and more to the table. We need that with invasive species. And so I think it's a role that you can play very actively. And then lastly, one of my roles for the committee is to help represent a state perspective. My other state colleague from Hawaii couldn't be here for the meeting, but as you think about how to institutionalize this, sometimes in the past, some secretaries have been very clear and very direct about the role they hope states will play in partnership with the federal government. And you'll always have some partners who are more willing than others. But certainly within the agencies, there can be a lot of focus on an issue, but sometimes I hear about it for the first time at a meeting like this instead of through my actual relevant day-to-day experience. So those linkages aren't being made at the more local level. And so for states to be active partners, I think we need to hear about it on a more regular basis so that we can identify those opportunities and try to jump in with both feet whenever there's two willing partners. So those are just some thoughts.
John Peter Thompson, thank you very much for taking the time. I fully support Marshall's statement. I'm looking forward to this renewal of the role of ISAC and the partnership that will come from this. Like Marshall and Ken, I've been hanging around a long time. I've sort of turned gray here, unbelievably. One thing, as you're thinking of the specifics that you'd like us to comment on, I would commend to you that you look at the reporting relationship. And I bring up the role that I've seen of keeping an archive of the information that flows from the federal agencies. I'm specifically thinking in terms of USDA's report, which having it reported out is a lengthy thing, but for me as a researcher, being able to go back and look at the detail and look what the various agencies did with the information or didn't do helps me tweak the advice that we're giving a decade later. It's sort of an archival process, and as you're looking at institutionalizing things, I'd ask you to look at institutionalizing the feedback mechanism to us so we know whether, not so much whether you agreed with us or not, but that we have a record of, did you even get any information from us? That's what I'm looking for, that there is an institutionalized pathway and a dialogue, therefore. Thank you.
So Chuck Wardron, University of Georgia. The first thing on the letter was talking about the EDRR framework, and Hillary has done an amazing job with that, and and that's tied to the climate change agenda, which also mentioned the emergency response fund. Knowing the fact that in 15 months we're going to have a new president, and more than likely climate change is not going to be a first year priority, what can be done to help? I mean, this is something y'all want us to focus on, but a lot of this comes back to the Rapid Response Fund and having some money in place to be able to do something. I mean, I spent last week at a meeting for the Greater Everglades, and they were talking about EDRR and how to prioritize, new species when they're found. But it all comes back to money. And Everglades specifically, there's been, I think they said $30 billion on Everglades restoration. So 1/10 of 1% of that would go a long way to help with invasive species. So I guess my question for y'all, and both what y'all thinking about what you can do and what we can do to help in terms of figuring out a way to make this a priority in the next 15 months that carries on after that 15 months.
I'll take one shot at it and welcome other comments here. I do think it goes back to Bill. What Bill says is this has actually really strong bipartisan interest, and it infects a lot of different sectors of the economy. And I think to that extent, that's a really powerful tool that gives it, continuity. I think one of the things that we're trying to do, the reason why I think we try to do these 5 priorities is hit on priorities that are key to this administration, but we actually felt would be key to any next administration going forward. So, it was a good example. We didn't do climate, but most people are always going to care about, early detection and rapid response. They want to know, looking at regional issues. I always think, one of the things of an executive branch is how can we actually administer the laws that Congress gives us more effectively? How do we reduce conflict? So I think what we tried to do was that, and I think we have a big push over the next 15 months to really try to, if you show success and accomplishments, then I also think people want to carry those forward. And I think what's really critical here is it has to be institutionalized within bureaus. So when you have a political leadership that's transitioning, people want to keep that in place. So that's, I think, some of what we're trying to do. On the resource front, this goes back to kind of an earlier comment about, wanting to integrate it into things. Right now, hopefully we'll all get a budget deal and we'll, be in a little bit better shape, but it is not still a good environment to try to be getting a lot of new funding resources. So I think a couple of things are critical. One is integrate it into your existing program. So when you're doing Everglades restoration, some of that $30 billion that's going there definitely should be going towards invasive species. The other issue is I get to handle the Department of Interior's budget. So my most effective way to go to Congress and say, hey, I really need you to give me new money is when I have performance measures and impacts and I can show how it matters in people's states. And so that's a little bit, I think, also of what this process is, because if I can take that information to Congress, I'm actually much more successful like coming back and saying, this is why I need this actual money.
Really good question, really good comments. You're right on the climate issue that it may or may not be a priority depending on what happens and kind of how things play out. But I will tell you from USDA's standpoint, fire is going to be a priority. Drought is going to be a priority. There's all this stuff that's related to climate, but we may not call it climate. And I think the same thing. So how we talk about things and our ability to convince people about the importance of these issues, Chris's last point, I think is incredibly important. You're from Georgia. In my confirmation hearing, Saxby Chambliss asked me about pigweed, right? He asked me one question, and it was on pigweed, right? And that's my point, right? That's exactly my point. That was what his constituents were talking to him about. And I think to the extent we can, you talked about the economics, the ability of us to sort of make those claims is going to be really important. So the communications piece in here, I think, is an important one. I think your all's on the ground knowledge of how this stuff, what sells on the ground is really important to that.
This is Dave Starling with Quaternary Services, practicing veterinarian for aquatic animals. Thank you very much for your time. At your level of administration and everything, it's very valuable to us. And so I want to offer thanks along with others. I would like to commend you also for continuing to show such a cooperative spirit as you present yourselves as a panel. What I would like to present to you, though, and in regards to our concerns, and perhaps I should say my concerns, sometimes what is made at an administrative level does not match up well with what's at the grassroots level. What I'm looking at here for invasive species perhaps may wander off into animal pathogens or invasive species as invertebrates or invertebrates that come in. In the aquatic field, many times we have had diseases that apparently are brought in by ornamental fish or other fish that are introduced. This has been going on for years, and yet to date we have no real regulation or no one seems to want to take regulatory authority for the importation requirements of this. Now, we do have the statutory authority established by Congress, but this is somehow falling on deaf ears in the administration, on the executive branch, that there are already authorities mandated to certain agencies, and either some other agency wants that authority or the agency charged with this authority is not willing to take it. I'll just leave it at that. What I'm wondering is, in coming up with some of these topics that the advisory committee has asked you, if these topics could perhaps be specific enough that we could actually get a wedge in this problem and getting it tilted towards a solution, if you could. I just see so much advantage to us as a nation if we could get these things sorted out and settled. And we could make ourselves much more efficient, much more effective in what we do. I also see quite a bit of protectionism across funds that are being spent. I'll give a specific example, not intended to be to any agency's embarrassment, but APHIS has long time had the responsibility for the Beagle Brigade, for customs and so forth. However, Homeland Security now is responsible for the use of these animals at the points of inspection. APHIS apparently has refused to let go of the funding for the dog colony, for the beagle colony, to raise these animals because it is actually part of their funding that is discretionary. That just completely flies in the face of what's practical, what's useful, what's efficient for the government. I think there's some areas even more specific than that we could probably take a look at. But these are the sorts of cooperation I would like to see across agencies, that even though when we have you folks here as a panel, it looks like it's all, there's a lot of effort to cooperate and everything, and there has been, and I'm sure there will be. But somehow by the time we get out on the prairies of Iowa, it doesn't seem to come out with that message. So thank you very much.
David, if I can just make one comment as somebody that spent 3 years at OMB and headed up regulatory issues. Regulations is a pretty dirty word right now in Washington, D.C. But I think they're actually incredibly important when it comes to the federal government doing its responsibilities for execution of laws. I think when you have a group like this that has a number of distinguished people from a lot of different sectors, if they can come up with agreements where you need to do regulatory work, that actually is really helpful to us as agencies. The other thing I'll just say real briefly is one of the priorities of this administration has been doing what's called a regulatory look back, because the other thing is we often have a lot of regulations on the books that are no longer necessary or that actually harm existing work that we should go forward on. So if this group, as part of kind of some of the discussions we have, want to look towards that, I would also encourage you to also look not only towards new regulations that you need, but actually look, say, there's probably regulations on the books that actually might be hindering, some of our work too. So I'd look at it at both sides of the equation. So I think there's an opportunity kind of from one of the things that we ask people to look at kind of from our, implementation side of the equation. The other side of it is, regulations are promulgated by bureaus and by agencies. So it's going directly to that bureau, to that agency. Everybody that's an agency here is just going to cringe when I say this, but because I'm a former OMBer and that actually never leaves you. Going to OIRA itself to say that we think we have some work sometimes is actually helpful too. And I meant to say Mac retired a year ago. I miss him.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. You're absolutely right. While there might be politics in place that someone's not going to get the support or the backing to make those changes, a body like this, should not be afraid to recommend it, because it does help. I mean, you heard Bill say a letter from a number of scientists comes in, and what do you have? An executive order in this FACA committee and the federal committee that's developed. So it starts to make progress. So I would definitely encourage, as you're seeing streamlining, and if you go back to the first question we had, looking back at the executive order, so close your ears, that was signed in 99, 16 years ago. A lot of things have changed in 16 years. A lot of new authorities have come online. A lot of things have been reauthorized. So what we're looking at is this idea that Chris was talking about, the streamlining, the reducing of conflict, and where you see that, recommending that and discussing that would be significantly helpful to us, really. But it's frustrating because if you don't necessarily see movement all the way down to the local level, but it's baby steps, and it starts really with the information that you provide us, really.
A couple thoughts. One is, not familiar with the APHIS DHS issue, look into it. The second thing is, and I think this, Holly's answer gets a little bit at Eric's question earlier about, the most effective FACAs. And I think just to underline points that Chris and Holly made, I do think FACAs can serve a really valuable role because you all are all very well respected in your field, and you come from lots of different stakeholder groups, and that matters. And so recommendations around regulatory changes or other things coming from this group matters a lot. And I think of the federal advisory committees, whether it's the Forest Service side or the NRCS side of USDA, that have been really effective. We've had groups that have been able to work through some issues that maybe have been polarized or a little difficult. And when you get the the National Cattlemen's Association and the Wilderness Society and the counties all together on something, it can make a big difference. And likewise with this body, with the resumes that all you all have and the groups you represent, you can make a big difference.
Phyllis Johnson, University of North Dakota. I also want to thank you all for being here. To have a whole bunch of senior officials here for as long as you're spending with us is truly evidence that you're committed to dealing with these issues. I think that the 5 areas of focus that have been laid out are excellent goals for the next 15 months. And understandably, that's the time horizon that you're primarily dealing with. At the same time, you are not without influence on longer range issues within your agencies and departments. And I will reveal my bias by saying that before I decamped to academia, I spent about 20 years as a senior executive with the Agricultural Research Service. Do not forget that you will not have the ability for early detection or for landscape scale control of invasives or any of the other things you want to do if you don't have research. We're going to hear from Hilda, I think, tomorrow about a new biocontrol agent that's specific for cheatgrass and a couple of other major problem weeds. That is a result of long-term research by ARS. If we don't have the capacity for systematics and taxonomy, we aren't going to know what that new insect or fungus is, and then we will be totally helpless. This doesn't just apply to USDA. That's just what I'm most familiar with. So the science that's behind all this, well, ultimately, it's not the only consideration in making policy, is critical if we're not going to stall in our tracks on this. So please remember that as you look across your cabinet departments.
Ed Mills, Cornell University. Again, I want to thank you for meeting with us today. I think it's been very, very helpful. We all know that this is a huge issue, and I think that's one. I find this in New York dealing with stakeholders that it's so big that really, what battles do we pick, and what battles do we choose that elevate the issue and move it forward? So I think we, as a committee here, need to know what battles we work on, and also what products would you be looking from us? Are you looking for success stories? Are you looking for future issues of research and topics? Are you looking for mechanisms that we can control or have some impact? Or are you looking at ways to communicate with our publics to more effectively bring this issue to a higher level among our stakeholders?
Can I just say all of the above? we'll work on that.
I would just actually add to that. I think one thing that I think is when I think about, kind of the setting conservation goals, for example, it's important to have some victories. And so part of the filter is actually, are there some stuff we can actually fix? And in so doing, demonstrate to the public and to policymakers that we can actually fix some of this stuff. This is a daunting issue, just like climate change, just like landscape scale conservation. And so part of the filter I think we should all think about is, are there some things we can fix that actually will engender additional momentum that will carry us forward?
And just going back to Eric's comment that feeds off of this is the low-hanging fruit, I think, is critical, and Robert mentioned that. But where I've seen successful FACAs is not necessarily getting into the weeds and getting tactical, but staying strategic, because the agencies will be tactical. Okay, when we understand the direction and the recommendations, we will then tactically set that. So getting into that type of environment doesn't help us, but being strategic and when you look at some of these, like when we were talking about the authorities and looking at those strategically, we can then tactically try to execute that. So.
Well, this is going to sound like a broken record, but I really want to express my personal gratitude to the three of you for taking the time to be here today. We all appreciate this. This is really inspiring to me as a long-term ISAC member to know that people are really interested in the work we're doing. And so I'm incredibly grateful for you all to be here today. Hope you can stick around, but understand if you have to immediately leave. So thank you all very much. So I said thanks to the steering committee earlier, but they actually pulled a fast one on me to all of our benefits. I think they talked about how do we manage Bob and the way he cuts people off so aggressively. And here we are past time on this, and I didn't cut people off. But if you look carefully at the agenda, you'll notice there's an unassigned 15 minutes coming up here. So they built that in so that, you know, I could go ahead and let this run over. Our next speaker is Jamie Reeser. And we've all heard multiple introductions for Jamie. So I'm not going to introduce her further and ask her to look back and move us forward.
What is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? What is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? So I'm going to readily admit that I struggled with the process for applying for this job. I didn't struggle with accepting it, but I struggled with the process for applying for it. I live in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I have an 85-acre farm that backs up to Shenandoah National Park. It's about as wild as you can still get in the Mid-Atlantic region. My commute has been 10 feet. I've had a career for the last decade that has taken me all over the world. I realized in the process of doing my inspection clearance for this job that I've been in 37 countries in the last 7 years. That provides, you know, a way of being in the world that a lot of people never get the opportunity to experience. During the interview process, I was asked multiple times, you know, why do you want this job? And I found various answers for that were all true. But there's a deeper answer to that I want to share with you and bring it into the few slides that I have. And that is the answer, I don't know. There are times in your life where you just feel like you have to show up and you're not exactly sure why. And parts of you may actually be really resistant to showing up in a particular way in a particular place. And that was true for me in this position. As you've heard, I've got a long history with this process. I was working with Bill to get it started. I became the first assistant director, and I was on ISAC for 6 years. So I've seen it from multiple directions. I know the challenges and the opportunities from both sides. But there was a part of me that would look forward and say, what happens if I don't apply? You know, where will this process be further down the road? What can I contribute to it from this unique perspective that might not be available otherwise? And so I decided I am going to apply. I'm going to put myself back in the urban environment and in the bureaucratic context and see what happens. So Mary Oliver's question is, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? She's not asking us for a to-do list. She's asking the question, how are you going to show up in the world? And so for this opening presentation, I don't want to give you a to-do list at this time in the agenda for what I want to see us move forward with. We'll have some time at the end of this meeting to discuss next steps in a little bit more detail. What I want to focus on is a few perspectives on how I want to show up in this process and how I'm inviting all of us to show up in this process. And my sense is if we don't get these, what I'll call 5 roles, 5 ways of showing up in this process correct, we don't get them right, the rest of it's not going to be possible. We're not going to be able to get into the weeds, so to speak, unless we take a perspective that's much higher and much broader as we work together and move through these processes. So again, in the interview process, one of the questions I was asked was, what do you uniquely have to offer that other people might not be able to offer? And my first response was that as a vision keeper. Because I was by Bill's side and the side of others when we started out on this path, I have a sense of where we've come from and what the original perspective was. I remember what the energy was like in the room at the time. I remember that there was a compelling vision all oriented around making a difference that would be better for the landscapes, the people, for our food security, etc. So I see part of my role in all of this is standing here as a vision keeper of the original construct and intent that all of this is rooted in, and carrying that forward for all of us. When you have a compelling vision, you can inspire people to believe in what's possible. So much of our time we spend focusing on what works or what doesn't work. And when we ask what's possible, it opens up realms of opportunity, of creative thinking, of generating new possibilities. And I think having that original vision out there can help us to overcome a lot of the small day-to-day stresses and conflicts that often get bogging us down, particularly in a quote-unquote bureaucratic establishment. It provides us opportunities to orient by something other than fear. So many processes, particularly in the federal system, are oriented away from problems. But if you're just constantly moving away from problems without an understanding of what you're moving towards instead, you only move in incremental movements, and you never necessarily get to the finish line. You're just simply moving away from. I think the vision that was originally put forward has the potential to bring others to the table, to motivate other people to become a part of the constituency that needs to be united to address the invasive species issue. As has been mentioned a number of times, this is a bipartisan issue. You can't come up with any other, any policy priority to which this does not relate. And I've run exercises to try to do that. It influences everything we want to accomplish. I think the vision we have is one of encouragement. We can do this, we can make a difference. And I think it encourages in particular what I refer to as courageous vulnerability. For us to think differently, work together differently, take some risks on putting new ideas out there that ultimately lead us towards the vision of a world in which invasive species are not undermining our food security, environmental security, water security, et cetera. I also see an important role of this process as what I would call a space holder, somebody who helps to create the container in which this work needs to happen. We've got multiple containers that we're actually working with in this process. We have the federal family, NIST. We have ISAC, the non-federal family. We have all the organizations that you're connected to and all those that work within them. And the need is to bring all of those together into one collective, one space that has particular characteristics. the space is nurturing. It fosters new ideas. It enables people to offer their best into that space. It's a safe space. And I think this is an important aspect of a dialogue that is crossing so many sectors, that people feel like they can come together, and no matter what their perspective is, it's going to be honored and respected and used as a important fuel into the process. It's also important at a more individual level in terms of making sure that the critical thinking that's often so much a part of the interagency process doesn't overwhelm the atmosphere in which we're getting work done, that we make sure that there is constantly a generative atmosphere and a reminder that we're all ultimately working towards a positive outcome. Space is enticing. You all came into it. I hope lots more people will be enticed to come into it in the future. Again, I keep using the word generative. New possibilities, a creative process, and one that evolves. And this is really important to the comment that was made a few minutes ago about, we're 16 years out. This space has to allow for change. It has to allow for new thinking, for new people, for new connectivities, and new challenges to come at us. Those all need to be embraced within this space that I'm hoping we'll be able to hold together. Fire tender. When a process has been going on this long, it can naturally start to lose that oomph, that pizzazz. We see this in the policy making realm on a regular basis, where something will be a, so to speak, hot topic for a period of time, and then it just kind of slides back in terms of priority, in terms of participation. So I think at 15 or 16 years out, depending on how you want to count it, we're at a point where we need to look at this spark, and we need to institute, and I'm using the term institute intentionally, a tending process such that we recognize where that spark still exists in individuals, in institutions, in the intent across state, federal, non-federal agencies, and in other policy priorities. Again, there's sparks that are showing up in climate change, in water, and so forth, and we need to tend those as they relate to the invasive species issue. I see an important role as executive director as being somebody who adds fuel to these flames, and that may be in terms of helping the staff be exceptional in whatever it is they are doing. Finding additional resources, financial and otherwise, to bring to the table, encouraging new information and new people into the process. Fanning the flame. So often, particularly in federal government processes, the oxygen can very quickly get sucked out of a process, particularly one that's been around for this long. And I think it's important that we reignite, that we breathe new life into this process. This issue in particular in the environmental field, in agriculture and so forth, it tends to be one where we talk a lot about the bad stuff, right? It can get pretty depressing, one adverse impact after another, signs of success, things got beyond our ability to eradicate them. We're now dealing with long-term control issues, but there are case studies, there are lots of examples, an increasing number of them, of where we're bringing, quote unquote, the light into the darkness, where there is success, where we can show that there are possibilities to address this issue in prevention, eradication, and control, and reminding people that this is possible. Our dear friend Nelroy Jackson over here instituted one of the earlier ISAC mottos, which was, we need to look at the light spots, we need to look at what we can do, we need to move forward and target the low-hanging nuts in the process. Inviting others to the fireside. We need to invite those people that wouldn't normally think of themselves as being part of this process to this process, and help them relate it to the work that they're doing as it is relevant to moving the issue forward. Messenger. This is an issue, as has already been spoken to, that requires a tremendous amount of communication. It's complex. It addresses a wide range of sectors across a wide range of landscapes. From my perspective, I see a role for all of us, and myself in this position prominently, as being deep listeners. In order to put a good message out, you need to listen deeply. I was thinking about this a lot yesterday. There were 3 one-hour-long conference calls I was on about very complex issues related to invasives, a wide number of participants across agencies. And at times, the conversation would get down to minutia, talking about a certain word choice. Not as bad as where the comma goes, but not far off at times. And it occurred to me that there was a conversation taking place at layers above the conversation that was actually being uttered in the moment. And that was the conversation that ultimately we need to bring through the process. And it was a conversation about cooperation, and a conversation about thinking differently, and a conversation about moving the ball forward in ways that 15 years ago we wouldn't have thought of, nor had the courage to do. And that's the kind of conversation that I kind of want to bring back to the table routinely, that yeah, we're going to get down in the weeds at times to real tedium, as we will at the end of the meeting, in scripting the recommendations. But that's a small part of the bigger conversation to be tracked as we move forward. To engage in the bigger conversation itself, to remain in a conversation about the compelling vision that we've all stepped up to support, to share the stories of success, share the stories of where we've come to in the last 15 years and where we still have an opportunity to go. And to invite others, as I mentioned before, not only into the conversation, but to become an aspect of that conversation. And it's a conversation, again, in my mind, about potentialities, right? Not about the fact that there are a tremendous amount of problems. That's an important truth. But I think for me, the key message going forward is one about possibilities and new opportunities and outcomes that are larger than just eradicating one weed or controlling a population of birds. The outcomes are landscape level, they're community wide, they're institution wide. And with regard to these, I think one message for me, and I'll just give one example that I think is critically important going forward, is that we do move the dialogue from explicitly focusing on a species here or a species there in terms of the needs to eradicate it or control it or prevent it, and that we recognize that invasive species are communicating back to us something about ourselves, something about the way we're interacting with the landscape. You put a certain, let's say, cheatgrass out on the landscape. That cheatgrass is problematic, of course, from our perspective, but it's also telling us something really important about that landscape. Are there nutrients that are missing in that landscape due to previous land use? Are there things changing climatically in that landscape that it can detect at this point in time, but we haven't even asked the questions to be able to put our technologies out there to investigate? So are there conversations to be had with these invasive species that help us ultimately be better land managers beyond counting, eradicating, and controlling, and so forth? And finally, I think it's important for all of us in this issue in particular to be comfortable with being in what I would call unsafe spaces, to have those hard conversations, to stand together with people that we might not have stood together with in times past, because there seemed to be a disparity of interest and outcomes. To invite risk-taking in our conversations, in our advances of questions to address through science and research and policy, to empower others to do the same, to scan horizons. We've been talking about this a lot in the EDRR context, to look at the horizon and ask what's next, right? What are the new opportunities for thinking differently and working differently? What are the new challenges coming our way through pathways of invasion, through decisions we've made in other aspects of policy and programming, and how can we anticipate those and bring them into our conversations well before they become an aspect that requires eradication or control or other response measures. And in the process of scanning those horizons, charting a course across the new terrain, looking forward and saying, okay, given where we're going with climate change, with trade, with other factors, drought, et cetera, on the environment, how do we look forward and chart a course that allows us to make good decisioning now, that enables us to start institutionalizing, as has been mentioned so many times today, the policies and the programs that need to be in place so that we are resilient environmentally, in terms of food security, in terms of cultural resilience in the times ahead. This is an important issue now. It's going to become even more critically important as we move forward. So from my perspective, the National Invasive Species Council is about coordination and cooperation. It's about addressing the good and the bad and the ugly, as Marshall would say. But even more than that, I think it's about protecting. And so I'd like to put out that's NIST and ISAC, the question of how we can do that more effectively, how we can do that more wholeheartedly, how we can do that with a greater bearing, Phyllis, on science and technology, new tools, but ultimately how we can look to that as our compelling vision moving forward, not as focused on moving away from invasive species as a problem set, but moving towards the protection of what matters most.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, we're going to take a short break now. Before we break, I want to just mention there's restrooms in this hallway right outside the room. If those are full, you can go into the library. As you enter the library, they're on the right. Please be back in your seats at 11 o'clock.
Gotta check it. Make sure it's got batteries. They've been switching them, so I'm not sure which one was static. Thank you.
Batteries are good on this.
Okay, I'm not sure which one was doing it, but
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
maybe it's just the way they were holding it or something. Okay, yeah.
Let's get back to our seats, please. We're going to reconvene. Oh, okay, great. Thanks a lot. Let's return to our seats, please. I'll probably have to say this once more, and then I can do without the microphone. I don't know. Let's please return to our seats. One way to get me to not keep us on time is to ignore me. Okay, but everybody is refreshed and back in their seats. Okay, before we get started, I have a housekeeping item I need to take care of. It appears that we have some confusion about seating in the room to some extent, and I apologize. But if anybody is sitting around the table who is not a member of the committee or is not an official agency liaison, we please ask that you sit to the side. Get all of the agency liaisons and ISAC members at the table. So thank you very much. We're next going to be moving into agency NISC staff and agency reports, and I'm going to turn this over to Jamie. I would mention we found the missing 15 minutes. It was missing on the first page. We caught it up on the second page, so we're now 15 minutes behind schedule.
Okay, very brief introductions. Our first presentation is going to be presented by Hillary Smith on behalf of the Department of the Interior. Hillary is the DOI Invasive Species Coordinator, as well as the DOI Policy Liaison to the National Invasive Species Council. She's been with us for about a year now, Hillary. Prior to that, she played a very important role in the Nature Conservancy's work on invasive species at the landscape level. I don't know if she remembers this, but Marshall and I actually used to be on conference calls with Hillary on some of the state work that was happening there, and I was impressed with her then, and I remain extremely impressed with what she's doing within the Department of Interior to bring cooperation and facilitating exceptional communication among the agencies.
Thanks, Jamie. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see everyone. And Hilda, thank you for having the blinds raised. It's a beautiful day out with the fall foliage. So, okay, so we don't have a lot of time and there's a lot of information to cover. So I want to direct your attention more to the reference documents that are online on NISC's website. You'll find a copy of the PowerPoint. You'll also find information from DOI's responses to ISAC recommendations and action items from your May meeting, and also a more descriptive narrative on some of our education and outreach initiatives that the Fish and Wildlife Service is leading. So I won't have time to go into all of the detail that I have on my slides. And I'll also mention that typically with PowerPoint slides, I try to keep the language to a minimum, but because it is a reference document, we added in more narrative per slide, and so it may be difficult to read here, but hopefully will be a better reference for you when you do go back and look at the information online. So I'm going to just keep an eye on the time here. I also want to acknowledge a number of our invasive species program leads from bureaus in the Department of the Interior. We have representatives from BLM, BIA, USGS, and National Park Service, and earlier we had BOEM. So I really appreciate everyone's participation today, and also thank you for your contributions to the PowerPoint that I'll be going over today. So I'm going to start off with DOI's response to the recommendations and action items that were discussed by ISAC at your May meeting. The main recommendation that came out towards Interior was directed toward including non-federal entities in our effort to develop a national early detection and rapid response framework. We reported out to this group in August on the progress of that initiative, but in case you weren't able to attend, I'll just quickly provide a progress report on this initiative. This is a directive from the priority agenda, the White House priority agenda on climate preparedness and resilience that directed the Department of the Interior, working with other federal agencies, states, and tribes to develop a framework for a national early detection and rapid response program and a plan for emergency response funding. Interior co-chaired this initiative with NISC staff, and we formed a federal work group with a number of agencies represented here today, as well as non-federal representatives operating through your EDRR subcommittee under the leadership of Chuck Bargeron. We had over 40 non-federal representatives on that advisory committee, and we held 7 conference calls throughout the course of the summer and vetted a variety of different components of the report, as well as a preliminary draft report with that committee. We also held 2 tribal consultations that involved over 30 representatives from tribal communities and integrated their comments from preliminary drafts that we shared with the tribal community. So we're really pleased with the partnership that we had between both our federal agencies and non-federal partners. This progress, or the report, is still in progress. It's currently under review by our agencies. It was circulated by OMB through a legislative referral memorandum process, and we're in the process of integrating those final agency comments. We're hopeful that this report will be finalized in the next few weeks. I'm happy to talk in greater detail at the EDRR subcommittee about progress on that initiative. There were 2 action items that ISAC delivered to us as well. One was in regard to understanding the issues surrounding biological control and Section 7 consultation. So I'll save the update on that effort for the biocontrol panel. We're really delighted to have a number of Fish and Wildlife Service representatives to join that panel and provide a progress report on how they're working with their partners on this particular issue of concern. We also were charged by the Education and Outreach Committee to try to describe the national and regional campaigns that our DOI bureaus were involved in. And so I canvassed our invasive species program leads for information on different types of campaigns they're working on. Again, a full report of our responses are available online, but as a snapshot, some of those national campaigns that we're involved in include Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers, Clean Drain Dry, Don't Move a Muscle, Play Clean Go, Habitatitude, and National Invasive Species Awareness Week. And the Fish and Wildlife Service is also integrally involved in the Habitatitude as well as Stop Aquatic Hitchhikers. And so they provided a summation of their work on those 2 awareness campaigns, again, following the parameters that the ISAC subcommittee had delivered to us. So I hope you find that informative. And I'll also just note that in addition to these national and regional campaigns, certainly our bureaus are heavily involved in other education and outreach initiatives with state and local efforts, and also provided some descriptions of that type of work in that one-pager that's available online. Okay, so that's, oh, actually one more thing. As you know, the research committee provided a report, a recommendation on systematics that came out directed primarily to USDA and Smithsonian, but there was interest from that subcommittee in talking with interior agencies on our needs and opportunities for systematics. So we were delighted to have a conversation with John Peter and Phyllis earlier in the summer. And there was interest among interior agencies on this important issue. And so we stand at the ready to assist that initiative as we see appropriate going forward. All right, so that's the report out from the recommendations and action items. And now I'll quickly move into some of the work that's been underway at the department-wide level, and then I'll provide some highlights from the bureaus. And again, I apologize, I won't have time to go into detail on all of this, but I will be here over the next few days, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to talk with you. I already talked about the Early Detection and Rapid Response Initiative. Certainly that is a huge priority for the department this year, and we hope as we go forward as well. In May, I talked about the department's invasive species action plan that was finalized last year. At our May meeting, I mentioned that we stood up a task force with representatives from each of the bureaus to help guide the implementation of this plan. We formalized a charter for this group, as well as developed an implementation strategy and annual operations plan for implementing our near-term priorities, which include updating or developing an invasive species departmental policy, helping to review and improve performance metrics, as well as identifying needs and opportunities for improving information management across the bureaus. So we'll be advancing work groups for each of those initiatives, as well as early detection and rapid response. There are a number of other departmental initiatives. I won't have time to go through all of these, but certainly a big focus of our work this summer was helping to lead the hiring process for the executive director of NISC, and we're delighted to have Jamie on board. And again, we're appreciative of the assistance of the other policy liaison for their involvement in that interview process. Our bureaus also provided technical review of the National Invasive Species Management Plan. A number of these other initiatives are going to be discussed either by NISC staff or in presentations that are going to be delivered tomorrow. So I think I'll hold off on going into any greater detail at this time. I do want to spend some time highlighting some of the work underway in our bureaus. Again, I'm really appreciative to the program leads for submitting this information. And if you have additional questions on any of these, I'd be happy to provide the contact name for the staff who provided these. So we do have David Wooten here from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and he provided some highlights of work that is underway in some of the tribes around the country. We talked a little bit about science and research and how important that is. There's great research underway now by the Miccosukee tribe in Florida, looking at food web interrelationships of native and non-native fish. And based on those relationships, they're hoping that the data will help inform when they can better do control and management techniques. There's also an active feral hog control program underway at the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, and they're having success eliminating this serious threat to their landscapes. The Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, Bill Brown was here earlier, and again, they're involved in important science and research right now, looking at some invasive coral species and looking at genetic variability among different platforms in the Gulf of Mexico. We received updates from both Gina Ramos, who's here with the Bureau of Land Management, as well as David who is with the Aquatic Invasives Program within BLM. David reported that they are updating their aquatic invasive species policy within the Aquatic Resources Program within BLM. And Gina provided a number of updates. I'll note that one of those is placing research and demonstration plots for the biopesticide D7 for this controlling the spread of invasive annual grasses. And also I wanted to note that BLM has an information management system to collect, store, and analyze data for terrestrial plant control called the National Invasive Species Information Management System. And they're beginning work to develop an external portal so that their partners can also provide data to this important database. And this will come up again later when we talk about the work underway at the National Park Service. The Bureau of Reclamation is involved in a number of different activities for inventory, monitoring, and control, specifically for zebra and quagga mussel, but they also work on a number of other species. Since our May meeting, they mentioned that they authored several chapters in a new biology and management of invasive quagga and zebra mussels book focused on Western United States. They're working on updating their integrated pest management plans, as well as controlling giant salvinia and arundo donax in a variety of locations. The National Park Service is here today. Terry Hogan, she reported that the Park Service has been updating their invasive plant program draft strategic plan, and it's in the final stages of completion. And they're also adopting the information management system that I mentioned that BLM developed, and beginning to incrementally roll that out to the different park units. The Office of Insular Affairs reports that they are continuing to build support and capacity with their efforts in insular areas, and particularly reaching out to land and natural resources program areas within the governments of insular areas. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a number of different updates, both in regard to their work with the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, their work within their Aquatic Invasive Species Program, as well as with refuges. So I won't have the time to go into each of these, but I will note that with the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, I'm sure Peg will reinforce this, they have their meeting next week. The executive secretary of this is currently being filled on an interim basis by Don McLean, and the Fish and Wildlife Service is hopeful to refill this executive secretary position in the next month or so. In regard to the Lacey Act, there are a number of exciting initiatives underway here that the Fish and Wildlife Service reports. They're working on a final notice for categorical exclusion under NEPA for injurious wildlife listings, and that final notice should be posted in the next few days. They expected by the end of October, so we should see that soon. They're also doing a number of evaluations for developing a proposed rule for listing 11 potentially high-risk species, and again, they expect that to be released for public comment and peer review shortly as well. Many of you probably have heard about B-cell, which is a fungal disease of salamanders. And again, the Fish and Wildlife Service is performing a program evaluation to determine which species may be appropriate for listing under the Injurious Wildlife Act as well. Moving on to refuges, they oversee an eradication grant program. Every year they select one location to give a $1 million award, and this year they'd selected a refuge in Puerto Rico to advance work on eradicating black rats. And in regard to education and outreach, which we talked about a little bit earlier, they signed on as supporters of the Play Clean Go educational campaign. The U.S. Geological Survey is hosting a workshop in December. We have Annie Simpson here. We also have Pam Fuller from USGS. They'll be hosting a limited invite-only workshop focused on developing a dynamic biodiversity map for the country, and invasive species will be a component of this. They'll have a variety of breakout sessions. And again, Annie is here, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Annie if you have interest in this particular event. And lastly, this is an update provided by Annie. She's the co-chair along with Federal Highways Administration on FICMANU, the Federal Interagency Committee on the Management of Noxious and Environmental Weeds, Exotic Weeds, and offered to include this report for you as well. They held a planning retreat with the FICMANU members earlier this month, and it began to identify priorities that they want to work on together. These include determining ways to better support NISC and ISAC, as well as developing EDRR, sage grouse, and biofuels as important topic areas on their FICMANU website. And this is a group that meets monthly, and they're in the process of scheduling their next meeting. So I know that was a whirlwind tour. I apologize again that I wasn't able to go into a lot of detail on each of these. I hope that you do have some time to review the supporting information online. And as I said, I'm here the next few days and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. Do we want to take a time for questions or keep moving forward with the reports? Okay.
So the next presentation is on behalf of the Department of Commerce, NOAA in particular. Peg has again been an instrumental part of this process for a quite a long period of time. She is NOAA's senior policy liaison to NISC, as well as the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, and serves as NOAA's Fisheries Division Chief for Planning and Program Evaluation, as well as chair of the National Ocean Policy Ecosystem-Based Management Interagency Working Group. I'm glad I don't have to work with that title on a regular basis. Prior to joining NOAA, I served as Assistant Secretary for Massachusetts' Executive Office of Environmental Affairs and the Director of the Commonwealth Coastal Zone Management Office. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Janie. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see everyone again. Thanks so much. I'll try to do a quick overview of the work that's going on within NOAA. I should point out we did have some connection to some of your recommendations, and we have been working feverishly with Hillary on the EDR plan. We were kind of very much connected in meetings on through the last 4 or 5 months, trying to get that draft, and even to yesterday. So we have been a very active player with respect to that. The other item I want to point out is the concern about the ESA connection with some of the biocontrol. As I understand it, much of it is focused on fish and wildlife, but I do want to remind you folks that we do have ESA responsibilities as well, particularly in the marine community. So if there continues to be any issues, but none have been brought to us with respect to that, obviously we stand prepared to work on that with you. But most of what I've heard from the conversation has been largely a fish and wildlife matter. So be happy to be party to that if that needs to be. Anyway, just quickly, I'll just give you an overview. We obviously have been working very closely with Fish and Wildlife on HACCP. I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing. We created a NOAA-wide AIS team, a national team. Talk a little bit about what we've done there. I have a few international updates. Obviously, we're deeply concerned about biofouling and ballast water. We've been very involved with Coast Guard and a number of other agencies, so I can give you a quick update on that. Obviously, we play a very strong role with our interagency bodies. As many of you know, we have our Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force meeting next week, which we're hosting at Silver Spring. And then I'd like to give you some regional highlights about what some of our agency representatives, both in our science centers as well as in our regional offices, are facing out on the front lines, and a little bit about our budget. Back up here a second. I should point out before I go any further and touch on, and I've said this time and time again, and Holly brought it up, we do not have directed budget funds with respect to aquatic invasives. Our friend down the road here, Mr. Phillips, has been actively working on this matter in his capacity with the commission, and I know a number of you have also worked on this issue. And I just wanted to point out that what you see is a result of what programs are doing with their own resources, not directed funds as we see in some of the other agencies. So I want to underscore that integration component that we work very actively on with all our programs, not just fisheries, but in Holly's home line office was OAR, who houses sea grant as an example. Just quickly, we obviously have embraced and worked very actively with Fish and Wildlife on doing a lot of outreach and training. And I really, really want to thank Dr. Susan Pascoe, who's been working in our office on this with Fish and Wildlife and leading many of these workshops. And I also want to acknowledge Shalish Sharma, who is our Sea Grant Fellow this year, working on aquatic invasives, both with NISC as well as with ANSTF. So without these folks, the glue wouldn't be there, so to speak, in terms of what we're doing nationally. So we had a national conference of our folks out in Santa Cruz last spring, and we did co-host a HACCP workshop for our own staff. But we did invite in colleagues from the California area who were interested, particularly the California Lands Commission staff, who were very interested in learning more about HACCP. We have some future courses identified, and I know that there's been real great interest to extend HACCP training a little bit further north, hopefully up in Alaska, and to some of our colleagues and stakeholders in and around the Arctic region. This is a summary report that we've completed as a result of that Santa Cruz workshop. It was a 2-day affair at which Holly joined virtually. And we came up with a series of recommendations. These are recommendations that our staff want to embrace and move forward within our organization. So this is not something that I'm sharing it with you to just show you how we go about trying to inculcate the issues of invasives within our own programs and try to find ways without a lot of extra resources to address these issues. And this has to be a constant drumbeat. I should point this out. This group met 2.5 years ago, we were able to cobble together additional funds for just this past spring to do the same thing. So this is not something that happens every year. Ideally, it would be, but this is the second time we've been able to have a face-to-face meeting of all of our experts on this matter come together, whether they be fisheries biologists, geochemists, folks that are working on ESA or EFH consultations. Again, it's a broad brush of folks with who have been faced with a lot of invasive issues in their decision-making or their daily duties. So we have to keep this drumbeat and training opportunities available for our program staff. I should also point out that this group meets virtually 4 times a year. So we're on the line all the time, trying to compare notes, share information. We have a portal site where we've put up information about what other agencies are doing, as well as what's happening across all of NOAA. On the international side, we have some highlights and we have some not so great highlights. At the top of the cake, everyone has obviously been very interested in the passage of the convention. I'm sorry to say that we still are in a situation where the International Maritime Organization's Convention on Ballast Water has not been fully brought into force, and it largely is because we have not met these standards for these to come into force. So currently we do have an excess of 30 states, countries that have embraced the convention, but we're low on tonnage, and we need to raise the tonnage up, that world tonnage figure up to 35% in order for that to go into full force. Besides that, domestically, a lot of these member states are doing an awful lot. And I'll talk a little bit about that. We in the United States have very strong ballast water regulations implemented by the Coast Guard, but we also have the Vessel General Permit. You've probably heard of VGP, Vessel General Permit. And that is implemented through the Clean Water Act and our EPA agency colleagues. So as I'm saying, in the United States, we are making some progress. Have we fully embraced this? No, but yes, we are making some efforts and harmonizing some of the standards. Other countries are doing the same, but we don't have the full knowledge of what is happening domestically in each of those member countries. I touch on the Arctic Council here. The Arctic Council, just as a FYI, the United States is a chair. Secretary Kerry is the chairman of the council this year. So there's been a lot of interest to introduce various initiatives. One initiative that many of the members of the council were concerned about has been the issue of invasives being introduced in the Arctic region. There are 2 committees that are looking at that. You'll hear from Phil about CAF. I was focused more on the committee that is focused in on the shipping community. It's called PAIN. And we have a series of recommendations that came out of their September meeting that addresses specifically the threat of aquatic invasives via shipping as a pathway. We are looking for all the member states to identify what they are doing domestically with respect to ballast water, and also what they are doing with respect to implementing the IMO biofouling guidelines that were passed some years ago. Those guidelines were voluntary. They were not mandatory. So we're kind of curious about what those member states are doing with respect to the recommendations and guidelines that were in that. In addition, we are also asking the member states to identify any other innovative measures they're doing with respect to controlling ballast water and biofouling. And then finally, papers are going to be accepted with respect to advancing the concept of HACCP across this region as well, and particularly focused in on this community of the shipping community largely. Those came out of the record of decision of PAIM in September, and folks will be working on papers in the run-up to the next meeting. So it has sort of an acknowledged voluntary support across all of PAIM, and obviously has been a deep concern among many of the other members. And Phil will talk a little bit more, I guess, about CAF. Okay, on the interagency side, yes, next week we host the ANSTF meeting. You heard mentioned that we are still awaiting an executive secretary. That position has been vacant for some time. And thanks to the patience of Don McLean, he's been trying to keep, and Laura Norcutt before him, who recently retired, we are trying to keep the task force together and moving forward. It has come with some challenges. One of the challenges, and I'll point to down at the bottom, is many of you might be aware of the fact that GAO initiated a year ago a review of federal funding as it relates to aquatic invasive federal programs. And that has consumed a considerable amount of time, not only of our office, but the ANSTF office and all the agencies around the table. We were expecting to see that report this summer. It's been delayed. We asked GAO if they would present next week. They are on hold until final approval of that report. So we still don't know, we do not have a final date on that. I urge you folks to look at that report when it does come out, but I also urge you to look at the agency's comments, which I hopefully will be shared with that report. We have seen drafts. We haven't seen the final, obviously, and we have commented on drafts. So I urge folks to pay attention to this particular document that will be coming out. And then obviously, I talked about the EDR framework and so forth in terms of our NISC activities. All right, just to give you a sampling of some of the things that folks are dealing with across the nation, we continue to see a progression of many of the colonial tunicates, both on the West Coast and now new ones on the East Coast and the Northeast. That's a big issue for, obviously, us from a fishery standpoint because of the change in habitat that occurs as a result of the growth of colonial tunicates. I also want to draw our attention to the last two bullets here. Again, this presentation's online, but if you recall, NISC and ANSTF were very active in eradicating caulerpa back some years ago. Well, there are folks in our agency still working to survey areas to ensure that no evidence of caulerpa is seen, and to make sure that we have folks out there that can identify it. And then finally, this last one in the Northwest, we have scientists at our Northwest Fisheries Science Center looking at introduced recreational game fisheries and how it may be impacting, and again, we talk about trust resources, juvenile salmon, that is a NOAA trust resource that we're targeted to protect. Review of fish stocking patterns to determine if and how the states are shifting stocking practices. So when you look at the collection of these things, you don't see a theme, but the theme here is our agency is responding to areas where it's impacting our trust resources. In the Gulf and the South Atlantic, obviously there's a deep concern with lionfish, and our work continues. I don't know how to get rid of that. Anyway. Anyone know how to get rid of that? I did do that. Sorry. Oh, it's got to go up there. I'm sorry. Thank you, Kelsey. And obviously we're interested in the introduction of Asian tiger shrimp and the impacts it's having in the Gulf system. Thank you so much. And I'll just move on to actually this is a combined effort along the West Coast, and thanks to Stephen's office, we have our Western Regional Panel for the ANSTF, as well as members of our Western team, are working on a regional biofouling management plan, and there'll be a workshop December 9th. And Tammy and Stephen are very involved in that. So again, and just to give you a sense of some of the investments, again, they're small investments, but there's a steady focus on addressing our restoration projects and making sure that we're not causing any further introduction of invasive species. These are the 6 programs under our restoration center that are involved with any restoration efforts, and they're typically, the funds that are identified on the left side are truly focused on invasive issues. That's not the total number. Those are numbers being spent on invasive matters across all those programs. And then obviously this is the sad story for us in terms of where our investments over since 2010 to last fiscal year, and you can see the progression. As I've told you time and time again, the high points of this were earmarks that were given to the, or addressed to the agency and no longer exist. So, but these investments are, again, coming out of programs. They're not targeted dollars. So I'll stop there. Again, I want to thank Susan and Shalish, and be happy to take any questions or take them at the end. And Hilda's that? Okay, thank you. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
So the next presentation will be on behalf of U.S. Department of Agriculture. Hilda Diaz-Saltero is USDA's Senior Invasive Species Coordinator, as well as the policy liaison to the National Invasive Species Council. She has worked for the last 30 years, and I should probably say worked very hard for the last 30 years in various aspects of conservation management of natural resources. That has included senior leadership positions with Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Forest Service. So she knows the agency work well. She also served as the Secretary of Puerto Rico's Department of Natural Resources. Thanks, Hilda.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to shift a little bit from the two previous presentations. If you recall, I do a USDA report to ISAC, and that's what I'm going to talk about. How have USDA agencies responded and implemented your ISAC recommendations? We do a different report in USDA that is called the Do No Harm Report. That report is being prepared right now, and in that report, which you will get once it's finalized, we tell you about the regular invasive species activities in the department. So I'm going to focus in these few minutes only on what we have done related to the recommendations ISAC gave us. First, I just want to alert you that the USDA grants report that publishes all of the grant opportunities for working with our stakeholders and partners outside of the federal government is out. So it's in the website. Use it and share it. It will be amended after we have a final budget so that we can add additional NIFA programs that were not secure in the first continuing resolution. Our USDA Do No Harm report for FY15 was done twice. The first one was published on January, and the second one was published on July. The second one has the report of all the agencies. On systematics, the funding for ARS has stayed pretty stable. For FY14 and then FY15, we have about $100,000 increase. ARS has hired 2 insect taxonomists and has 1 vacancy pending. But systematics is also being supported very well by APHIS. They have hired 24 new pest identification personnel that have been located at ports of entry, and 5 new national taxonomists that are in the ARS collections, curating those collections. So we have both agencies trying to keep systematics up and there. You had a recommendation that invasive species would do with the green economy paper. Remember that paper? So APHIS Cooperative Agricultural Pest Survey, the CAPS Pest Survey, which you heard in the May meeting, is being done for this year. The FY15 surveys are ongoing. They're looking at 259 commodity and taxon-based surveys in all 50 states and 3 territories. The program is surveying 248 unique pests, of which 117 are national priority pests. And the good news is that we have not found 218 pests up to now. So when the surveys are finalized, they will be published. ISAC recommended that we increase federal staffing on import and border inspection. And for that, we are doing more than just hiring people. We have a new weed risk assessment in APHIS. It's a predictive model that has evaluated 92 species that represent new U.S. detections, so species that have been detected as they come through the border. And they also do weed assessments on proposed plant imports. Most of those are in the nursery business, and other species that may pose a weed or invasive plant threat. In that same recommendation, that same paper, we are doing the third round of proposing groups of quarantine pest plants and hosts of those quarantine pests candidates for listing under NAPRA. So the list is being proposed in the Federal Register, and then we will do the assessments and decide which of those plants may be imported, which can never be imported. We are preventing introductions of invasive species by working closer with foreign countries so that we strengthen their ability to inspect shipments prior to export and phytosanitary certification. This includes a lot of visits to the country, a lot of training of those countries' staff, and a lot of follow-up to make sure that we can be assured that those prior to export phytosanitary certifications are done correctly. ISAC had a recommendation on many recommendations on the invasive species and climate change paper. We still are working on those. The Forest Service worked on all national parks in the East, and they examined potential changes in the tree habitat suitability for 121 national parks, 134 tree species, 81 non-native tree pests, and non-native vascular plants. So what they are finding is that the rapid climate change and other non-native stressors in the parks may accelerate the decline of some of the tree species and inhibit other species from occupying suitable habitat. There's more of this information in the actual long report that is about 100 pages, so you can look it up if you have interests. On climate change impacts, it's here, and it's causing ever longer wildlife seasons, wildfire seasons, extreme weather events, shifting crop patterns, increased costs for weed control and invasive species management, and increase in insect infestations in forests. So USDA has had to increase the disaster assistance and crop insurance payments to the farmers due to droughts, wildfires, and natural events. And the Forest Service has spent an incredible amount of funding to deal with the fire seasons last year and this year. SAFARIS is the name of APHIS single framework to contain climate change drivers. Those are environmental variables, as well as support a variety of forecasting models. The framework focuses on regulatory risk analysis with applications to different agricultural commodity risk assessments, pest spread modeling, impact analysis, and others. We have a new biological control. U.S. Forest Service evaluated this critter, and it's a classical biological control for emerald ash borer. It's a natural enemy. They're tiny beneficial insects that eat the emerald ash borer eggs and the larvae. The adults were released in 6 forests in Michigan. The biocontrol agent parasitized emerald ash borer, and it has been established and populations are increasing. So we are being successful with that one in suppressing emerald ash borer populations. On scientific models, ARS co-sponsored the workshop Advancing Pest and Disease Modeling. And that workshop brought together researchers that are developing models for projections of crop yields under changing climate, with other scientists which are developing models for pest population dynamics. They jointly identified research needs and approaches so that they can develop models to predict the spread of invasive pests and pathogens under the conditions of climate change. So we're integrating different groups of modelers so that they can see what happens when you overlap the modeling for the commodity and the modeling for the particular invasive species that may affect that commodity. On carbon storage and GHG emissions, NRCS has developed tools so that you can estimate the amount of carbon stored and the emissions reduced at the field and producer level. The program is called Comet VR. It's web-based, interactive, and it's a decision support tool that includes the effects of land management changes and is authorized for voluntary GHG reporting by farmers. And then the last is on IPM research. We are dealing with challenges of getting the biocontrol agents out of other countries because of the Convention of Biodiversity. We have ARS with remote sensing and phenomore trapping for new invasive species such as brown marmorated stink bug. We have ARS doing area-wide pest management on coffee berry borer, aquatic weeds, soybean aphids, and the emerald ash borer. We have a major effort dealing with managing Asian citrus psyllid and the disease that causes citrus greening. It's in Florida, it's in California, it's in Arizona. So we're dealing with finding different biocontrol agents. We have 3 of them working in the different geographies so as to see if we can still have orange juice in the United States, produced in the United States. Our budgets are pretty stable. The budget for 15 enacted was $1,262,000,000. For FY16, the President's budget is $1,244 billion. That number will change once the House and the Senate do the final budget, hopefully tomorrow. There's a vote on it. And then on your recommendations in the last meeting, we have started the effort to do these systematic surveys on ARS. We will have conversations with the Smithsonian and with Interior. We also provided the communication subcommittee reports. There's 2 major national campaigns. One is in APHIS, Hungry Pests, and the other one is in NIFA. So they have that to explore how those campaigns can be linked to the hopeful, the priority that you heard in the conversation with the principals earlier. And then I want to highlight for you, there's other important invasive species issues. The avian influenza pandemic, you're going to hear a presentation on that. And then for the control of feral pigs, the EIS has been finalized. APHIS has $78 million to work with all the different partners to be able to implement the program. This is a summary. It's a long report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not in the meeting, you can always send me an email and we'll find the additional information. Thank you for your time. And again, you will look forward to the Do No Harm report, which then summarizes the other things the agencies are doing with invasive species. Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey.
Okay, we're going to have 2 more departmental presentations, and then we're going to hold the rest, including the staff reports, for some other time in the agenda, since we're already working into our lunch. So next one will be from DOD. Doug Burkett is the environmental biologist at the Armed Forces Pest Management Board within the Office of Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy Installations and the Environment. He retired after 24 years in the Air Force as a medical entomologist. In that capacity, he worked in USDA's Center for Medical Agriculture and Veterinary entomology, the CDC, and Langley Air Force Base.
Hey, thank you, Jamie. Hey, good morning, everybody. This is my first ISAC, and also with me from Defense is my boss, Colonel Jamie Blow. She's the new director of the OSD Armed Forces Pest Management Board in Silver Spring, and also Mr. Peter Boyce. He's the director of the DoD Natural Resources Program. It's great to be able to talk to you today. In the interest of time, I just got a short report that I'm going to read. So bear with me here. This report covers only Department of Defense activities and excludes the activities of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It has a separate funding line and their own independent invasive species research and management function. As the 5th largest federal landholder, the DoD is responsible for managing over 25 billion ecologically diverse acres, harboring over 425 major installations worldwide. DoD's priority is to conduct military testing, training, and operational activities in ways that balance readiness needs with our environmental stewardship responsibilities. Mitigation funding for invasive species on DoD lands is highly variable, with money coming from a variety of appropriations, cooperative conservation efforts, and through research and conservation grants. DoD's priorities for managing invasive species generally fall within 3 major categories. 1, management and mitigation of species that directly impact military readiness training. 2, species that interfere with recovery goals for the 400 plus threatened and endangered species and more than 500 species at risk found on DoD lands. And 3, invasives that impact human health and safety. Recent high visibility invasive species operations that directly involving the Department of Defense include an intense multi-agency eradication effort for coconut rhinoceros beetle at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam in Hawaii, as well as continued collaborative research, inspection, and mitigation efforts for brown tree snake in Guam. Mr. Dan Sassini from the Navy Secretariat will brief the regional biosecurity plan for Micronesia and Hawaii later this afternoon in the Prevention Subcommittee. Some less visible examples of DoD's invasive species control projects include using C-130 aircraft to chemical control cheatgrass, Saharan thistle, halogeton, musk thistle, Russian thistle, and salt cedar on western ranges for enhancing training landscapes, wildland fire control, and for improving habitat for the western sage grouse. Other control projects focus on controlling species that impact mobility, security, damage infrastructure and equipment, and harm soldiers, such as the red imported fire ants, Asian tiger mosquitoes, feral hogs, Formosan termites, Phragmites, Kogon grass, Melaleuca, yellow star thistle, and many others. And that largely concludes the report from Defense. Do either of you have anything to add? I did want to add that we did bring some handouts of some of the promotional materials that we produce through Mr. Boyce's legacy program. There, we have the Commander's Guide on Invasive Species that we give out to many of our military leaders, and we have several fact sheets on the invasive species program in the military and the Department of Defense Natural Resources Program, as well as some fact sheets on some of our more important invasive species that are found in our lands. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no PowerPoint. I have no handouts. So I think I'm going to provide the example of what it's like when the Department of State is at a multilateral negotiation, because I'll be giving a very official statement. But thank you for inviting me, because I think what was so interesting to learn, educational for me, and I was very happy, was an example of the successiveness and ISAC, because I think all my agency colleagues ahead of me mention something international at some point where the United States has addressed issues of invasive alien species. So it shows that we are listening to the committee. We are bringing this to an international fora. We certainly depend on this. And so it's an example of the process that's made a success because these have been part of our talks. The Acting Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and International Environment and Scientific Affairs, Judith Garber, sends her greetings and her regrets that she is not able to be with you today. But she recently wrote a greeting to Jamie that the ISAC is an important mechanism for ensuring expert input into the interagency process. We value the work of the NIST as well as the ISAC's excellent guidance. Thanks to the NIST, when the United States speaks on the issue of invasive alien species in international fora, we deliver expert opinions that other nations respect. The NIST is critical to U.S. efforts to demonstrate that we understand the role that every country and every individual must play in the protection of the health of our planet and those who call it home. Speaking for the Department of State, we can honestly say that through all our negotiations and a lot of the work we do, and frankly, the Bureau that I'm dedicated to, we do realize that invasive alien species do not recognize borders, and therefore the solutions to them require bilateral as well as multilateral cooperation. And the expertise for entering those negotiations comes from all of you. That is the primary reason why we work closely with NIST. The State Department seeks opportunities to assist other nations in their efforts to combat alien species and protect our national interests. We cannot do this without the skills and the expertise of your scientists. The concerns over invasive alien species carry over into the areas such as international trade and public health. The issue also touches on U.S. environmental priorities, which range from climate change to biodiversity and from food security to sustainable development. We go to NIST to help us understand the global implications of invasive alien species. By working through NIST, we can ensure that the interests of other agencies are taken into account in these discussions and agreements within these organizations and the financial institutions. As a result of this coordination, the United States can present a cohesive government policy on invasive alien species that addresses the concerns of all the vested federal agencies. We raise this issue in several platforms that include the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on Migratory Species of Wild Animals, the UN Conference on Small Island Developing States, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and the Global Environmental Facility. Our cooperation with Pacific Island countries through the Pacific Islands Leaders Forum has helped them to ensure development and food security in their often fragile economies. Likewise, our work with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration helps Caribbean nations control invasive lionfish and preserve the biodiversity of their stunning coral reefs. In the Convention on Biological Diversity, the United States provides technical input and expertise to the follow-up discussions on implementation. Recent examples include the provision of research results on biological control, harvest incentives, and other management tools. The Convention Secretary has communicated to us their appreciation for input that the United States has provided. Our own bureau within the State Department works in various fora and countries, from the Arctic to the Lower Mekong. Our goal is to provide the practice of One Health by enhancing collaboration between human and animal health sectors. We work for a shared understanding among medical, public health, veterinary, and environmental officials to recognize the public health risks that invasive alien species pose through disease. We deeply value the scientific expertise that NIST collectively and your members can bring to these problems. An economic priority for the United States now is the negotiation of free trade agreements, such as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TIP, and the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP. We recognize that the movement of goods and people can facilitate the introduction and spread of invasive alien species. We rely on this expertise to educate our negotiators on these threats and identify opportunities for environmental cooperation as we carry into these discussions. With NIST support, the State Department also enters into bilateral and scientific and technological cooperation agreements. These enhance collaborative scientific efforts with our international partners. And one example is the recently established Invasive Species Working Group, under the United Nations, the United States-New Zealand Joint Commission on Science and Technology Collaboration. Building on common interests with other nations offers opportunities to advance important scientific capabilities. These agreements are force multipliers because they magnify and maximize our effort and research money and tap into the skills and resources that other countries can provide. The State Department would like to welcome Jamie Reeser to her new position as the Executive Director of NIST. Her experience as an American Association for the Advancement of Science Fellow at the State Department and a member of the OES Bureau, and as an ISAC member for the last 6 years gives her a valuable perspective, and we look forward to working with you. So often foreign policy is fraught with conflict. The opportunities for cooperation on environmental issues offer rare moments of unity because nations recognize that we have only one Earth and we must protect it. We at the State Department very much appreciate the valuable input the ISAC and NIST provide in our efforts to work with other governments worldwide to combat the threats posed by invasive alien species. And in conclusion, I think I've heard it often said, can you be specific in terms of the information that you need? Sadly and cynically, what carries in Washington and what carries many times into international negotiations about trade is numbers. We need the numbers in order to assess costs and assess what kind of investment you want in these. When we meet with foreign ministers, there were 5 meetings last week and 6 meetings are to come within the next 2 weeks. If you want our undersecretary to address an issue with a foreign minister in a meeting, it takes the numbers. We need to know what our economic losses are. So if you can start adding, if you believe there is an international sphere and an aspect to your research, if you can start adding those economics, those costs and money and losses, especially as we enter into international trade agreements, then that's what we need. And that's what we hope to see communicated to the ISAC. And then we can bring them into international negotiations. So thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Apologize that we're trying to put 100 gallons of water in a 10-gallon bucket. There's so much going on that to really get a full report from everybody, we'd spend 2 days just doing that. With this, we're going to conclude this morning's session. It's time for lunch break. Anybody moves, I have to who can. So ISAC members, when you sent in your confirmation for the meeting, you also sent in your selected meals. For ISAC members, the meals are boxed back here. Your last name is on your box. I'm sorry for the rest of you, we can't provide you lunch. ISAC members will continue by having a working lunch for the next hour. And we will be doing member updates with everybody talking about what they're doing. We will reconvene here in an hour. Thank you. That's why I'm glad to have names.
That's right. I need to. Caroline, good meeting. Caroline Ridley provided so if you and those have been uploaded, so we don't have to. I'm prepared to reiterate them. Or you can just say they're on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Okay. So, When I used to do the agenda, what I would do is I do it in an Excel spreadsheet, and then I would put in the time and let it calculate because you I've been trying to keep track of the time starting us off on things like that. So I can share that with you if you want to see what yeah, yeah. Exactly. Oh, sounds good. It's just what it is. Yeah. So how you doing? How you doing? Yes.
It's I have the. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. No, not that I have nothing. So.
Hey, Chuck, do you have a spare thumb drive? Hey, somewhere in my book bag. Someone's got to have one. I don't know. I got one. I'll get one. Woo, cookies right on top. Woo! Dessert first.
Yeah. I was standing over here.
Yes, I'll be really good. Okay.
We want to start. We don't want to, but if we don't, we're not going to get it. Well, people can always pass.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now we're at that highly anticipated point of the meeting where we do member updates. And I don't need to remind anybody that this is a lightning round. I will hold you to 2 minutes. At 2 minutes, we won't get everybody done in our lunch hour. If anybody does not wish to report, we certainly welcome folks who don't have anything to say. Okay, I can talk closer to the microphone and that comes through a little better. We're now into member updates. We're going to be going around the table, person at a time, 2 minutes per person to give your update. If you don't have anything to say, it's perfectly acceptable to pass to the next person. When I look to see where people are clustered, it looks like we're going to start with John Peter. I'll bring him the microphone.
John Peter, pass.
Just a second here.
I'm still passing. Hang on. Imagine that. I have nothing to say. Except you need to check out the special collection if you haven't done it. You ready yet? Yeah. Okay. It's at the end of this hallway. As you go into the main room, go immediate left. Right to the left. I'll meet you there.
I have just Ed Mills, Cornell, New York. Have a few comments. We still have some invasives on the move. We have fanwort, which is threatening some of our largest inland lakes and possibly getting into the Great Lakes. Kabamba, hydrilla is popping up in new sites, or at least one more new site, and of course, Emerald ash borer is on the move. An interesting, we heard about the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. It's supporting ash seed collections from seed banks for genetic conservation, which I think is really, really great. In terms of management, we have a new aquatic invasive species management plan that took over a year and a half to develop. It's had over 300 public comments. I think it's a good plan. We'll see how it's implemented. It's expanding the boat steward program to develop a decision-making response framework when AIS are detected. It's to implement an AIS public awareness plan. Is to create regional first responder teams, which I think is important. We'll see if that works. And it's to identify and evaluate risks associated with pathways, various pathways of movement of organisms into New York. And New York State put some money into actually hiring a coordinator now. Dr. Catherine McGlynn has joined the central office staff in Albany, and she will be implementing this
negative connotation about these crop protection tools that, quite frankly, are in many cases safer to humans and much safer from an environmental standpoint than the products that we are then forced to use otherwise. So, thank you.
Hi, Damon Wade. Let's see, I'm still trying to get my bearings in North Carolina. I used to represent the Wildflower Center, and now I am director of the North Carolina Botanical Garden at UNC. I do know I've been there 6 months. We did host the Southeast Exotic Pest Plant Council meeting last May, so we're actively engaged with the invasive community. We also have over 1,000 acres of conservation lands that we have control and management programs going for invasive species, mainly terrestrial plants. And then also I just want to give a shout out to Syngenta, who I found out has been supporting the North Carolina Botanic Gardens invasive species programs for the last several years. So thanks, Janice. That's all.
Marshall Myers, I'm going to touch on 2 items. First, I'd like to reach out to state. Something I'm not doing. I should be in Montreal today at the Convention on Biological Diversity's meeting it's an expert meeting on alien species and wildlife trade experience and the use of biological control agents, development of decision support tools for managing invasive alien species. Somehow we need to reach out to a broader audience. I was the only person on the expert panel from the United States, and I can't be in 2 places at once. And I'd rather be here because I'm about to dump a thing on Bill Hyatt's, and I had to do it personally. But I think we need to reach out to the community to get more involvement. Even though the U.S. is not a party to that convention, they are making decisions that are going to directly and indirectly impact us in this arena through, in some cases, overreach or lack of information. On a more significant issue domestically, the state of Michigan has passed a law that will create a white list for all species in trade. It's interesting because they define aquatic species to include all reptiles, both terrestrial and aquatic, which is a new scientific term. It also covers the plant world, and it requires Bill Hyatt, through the committee that we used to co-manage. I think I'm going to resign, Bill, when this thing came about and let you do it all by yourself. But we're supposed to help them do a risk screening of all the species in trade. I've done a survey of just the marine species that they're going to have to do risk assessments on, because we know that corals and marine invertebrates and marine fish will definitely become invasive in the state of Michigan, but we have to, by law, do screening of all those species. By the time, just within the aquarium industry, we were over 6,000 species and climbing. Mike Hoff was at a meeting where we did a computation. If we had to do these risk screenings for some 12 to 14,000 species that may be on the list, it'll take 52 years. So the state of Michigan has a problem. Thank you.
Phil Count, Landcare Research. New Zealand invasive in the context of a national biosecurity strategy, which was written in 2003. Well, we're now in the process of revising that strategy. The relevant Ministry for Primary Industry is going through a whole series of consultations, and sometime, hopefully, before the end of this year or early next year, the new strategy will be promulgated and accepted. And nobody is yet clear what changes that might require. We've also changed some of our government departments. We now have an Environmental Protection Authority, which resulted from merging what was part of the Ministry for the Environment with the organization called the Environmental Risk Management Authority, which was the authority that dealt with all applications to import new species into New Zealand. Nothing has actually changed in terms of the regulation, and so we don't have any particular concerns about that change. Terry mentioned earlier the New Zealand-US Joint Commission on Science and Technology Collaboration Working Group on Invasive Species. This is something that Phil Andriozzi and I co-chair. It has 3 major focuses, and Phil will maybe report back more about it. There's a focus on tools and technologies for improving management of invasive vertebrates. It has a focus on plant pests, and it has a focus on translating what we do into dealing with particular problems around the Pacific. The working group has a steering group which has various representatives from USDA ARS, US Wildlife Service, as well as New Zealand organizations. 2 final things. One is we've just gone through in New Zealand one of these years when the beech forest produced massive quantities of seed In New Zealand, that drives enormous increases in invasive rodents and invasive mustelid predators. So our Department of Conservation has just dropped poison from the air over about 500,000 hectares to try and protect the native birds, because the last time this happened, one native bird species was basically driven almost to the point of extinction. And last comment is, Marshall mentioned, in addition, and Terry mentioned too, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which is the biodiversity equivalent of the climate change panel, and again is really important in an international context, currently has a working group working on invasive species. And certainly I don't think there is any representation from New Zealand, and I have no idea at the moment what representation there may be from the US. But I think, as Marshall said, it's critically important that we engage with those kind of international initiatives. Thank you.
Excuse me. Since we last met, I had a project on spotted winged Drosophila that's coming to a close, an SCRI grant, finished it up this summer. And like all good researchers, I go and find some more money to work on the project. So we are working on the resistance of the spotted winged Drosophila that attacks berries and cherries. And unfortunately, we're starting to see tolerance to our commonly used pesticides. More on that to come. We've got another year of project on the project, and we have to define it more properly before we actually publish it. The other thing that we're doing is a group of us now in the West Coast has started to work on marmorated stink bug. And so we will be putting in another grant come this cycle and hopefully be successful. And so we will start being the Western marmorated stink bug grant, and Eastern has been going on for a number of years, and they're up for recycle. So more bugs, invasive, more job security, and never seems to end. So thanks.
I'm going to pass. Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Jerry Cook, just one quick item. The Texas Invasive Plant and Pest Council will be holding a conference. We do this every other year, and it's going to be the third week of March this year. So if you're interested, we'll have details on our website.
Thanks, Jerry. We've got a lot of different projects going on. I want to talk just briefly about a couple. We just rolled out a new pet store initiative called Don't Let It Loose Montana. At this point in time, it's in Montana only. We consider it to be a sub-program under Habitatitude. It utilizes the Don't Let It Loose graphic that was developed by the Park Service in the Everglades. So we're trying to retain some consistency because it's not Habitatitude. And so this program at this point in time is working just with the independent pet stores. The chain stores are actively engaged for the most part in Habitatitude. A lot of the mom and pops have never even heard of it. So it's been a very good program. We've got a couple of different sizes of vinyl clings, and we have a number of pet stores now that have a Don't Let It Loose on every glass surface in their pet store, just as a subtle reminder to customers. There's a couple of different paper products. This is a bag stuffer. It's just a basic message. They're putting these in every brand new aquarium or animal cage that they sell, so people get the message immediately. We've also provided them at this point in time with free fish bags that are imprinted, and we've had 100% participation. Every pet store in Montana is part of the program. Developed a website, Facebook page. It's going pretty well. The other one I'll mention very briefly, we have an emerging threat issue with quagga zebra mussels in the West. Historically, quagga zebra have been primarily a problem of still waters, lakes, and reservoirs. We now have an established population in the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon section. And so we're doing a number of different outreach projects trying to educate rafters, kayakers, and people like that all of a sudden that they're a threat for moving quagga zebra.
Stickers.
agenda to Western Weed Coordinating Committee meeting here is 8th back because of we will as well as a number of topics. And one of the as the lookout for donations, if you will. Testing. So I will probably be hitting up a few of you at the meeting, and thanks. And sadly, a lot of our federal counterpart agencies have left the room just in time for me to make this announcement. But we will have audio-visual teleconference capability. So anybody who would like to participate at any particular point in time will be able to log in and participate remotely, as we've done in the past, largely because of declining federal budgets has made it more difficult for people to travel. But sometimes you just can't be everywhere you want to be, and this allows people to participate for at least part of the meeting.
Okay, so UGA has actually been hiring faculty members recently, and in that process, we've got a new biocontrol entomologist that started about 9 months ago, and we're in the process of hiring a forest health, wildlife, and hopefully outreach economist positions. And so we're hoping that those positions are going to end up working closely with our center to, help solve some of the problems that have been discussed as part of this meeting, because I think all of them will have a major invasive species component to what they do. We've been continuing app development, working on some county agent stuff, as well as a forest health decision support app. Old World Bowworm, which is, I'll never pronounce scientific name correctly, but it's in the same genus as corn earworm, was found in Florida in 2 traps sometime this summer in tomatoes, but it is a pest for cotton and also maybe pine. So it's obviously something that is on Georgia's radar. We've recently done an update to our Bugwood Image website. So if you use those websites and you go to the site and things look different and they don't work for you, let me know and we'll fix it, because it's a pretty major shift. The EdMaps program is going along good. We actually had 274 reports one day this summer, and we're starting to see a major shift from web reports to smartphone reports. Finally, as chair of the North American Invasive Species Network, that organization is hosting a North American Invasive Species Forum probably in 2017. That was previously the Weeds Across Borders meeting. And I think the last one was in Ottawa, and there was very limited U.S. participation in that one. This meeting is probably going to be in Florida. I want to bring this up later when more of the federal partners are in, but there's something that if anybody wants to be involved in, then we'll welcome that involvement.
Hi, Tammy Davis, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. In the last year, the known distribution of invasive species, and especially aquatic invasive species, has grown. And I guess the positive side of that, within Alaska, of course, the positive side of that is the resulting collaboration among federal, state, local, tribal organizations and agencies, and some of the outreach that is being focused on some of those vectors. Specifically, the aquatic invasive plant Alodia was found in Lake Hood, and Lake Hood is the largest floatplain lake in the U.S. There were 2 eradication efforts, so hopefully that was successful. We'll know more next year. So other control and eradication efforts in the state, the marine invertebrate Didymnum vexillum. The Department of Fish and Game worked with Smithsonian Environmental Research Center to do some pretty cutting edge work on controlling that invertebrate in the water using various biocides. We saw some success. We're still analyzing that data. And we continue to work on controlling and eradicating northern pike populations, including collaboration with Joint Base Almendorf and Richardson for pike in their waters. We are beginning to work with Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection to investigate the risk of AIS via the overland transport of boats, vessels, recreational vessels. I continue to work with the Western Regional Panel Building Consensus Group, which is organized primarily by Stephanie Showalter Otts and Priya Nanjappa from WAFWA on the model legislation for movement of AIS on recreational conveyances, and working with our commissioner's office to start to try to get the agency authority to write regulations to protect Alaska waters.
Stephen Phillips, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. As Peg mentioned in her talk, we're working on regional biofouling, marine biofouling management. We're going to have a meeting in Portland, actually Vancouver, Washington, in December, bring in state and federal partners to try to get a handle on that. Additionally, right now, looks like we're going to get a federal budget. Scott's nodding his head. So in that budget, there is funding from the Water Resources Development Act. There's $4 million in there for watercraft inspection stations for the Columbia River Basin. It's actually, it's authorized up to, I think, $20 million. But there's $4 million on the House side. And then the Senate side just has language saying do this. So a lot of partners have been talking with the Corps of Engineers exactly how this is going to work. And we kind of thought, well, we're not going to get a budget this year. Government's going to close down. It's the end of the world. Oh, Jesus. But then it looks like, a deal. So we're watching this very closely, see what happens. And this could be really good partnership with the Corps of Engineers in the Pacific Northwest to add capability to intercept watercraft contaminated with quagga zebra mussels, aquatic weeds, and other AIS. So it's exciting. We're watching it right now as we speak.
Joe DiTomaso. One quick thing, just this year we got our plant risk evaluation model published in PLOS 1, and this is a model we've been working on to do a more rapid assessment of ornamental plants, both those already out there and those that will be introduced. And we narrowed it down to 19 questions, so it's a lot easier to use than, say, the Australian model and also than the NAPRA model, the Q37. It doesn't have any regulatory authority, but it does give the industry a way to pre-screen their plants before they have to go through the whole process. And if they find that it does look like there's potential for invasiveness, they can prevent further investment before they get it rejected at the very end. So that's the model. Now we're continuing to work with that model, including climate matching and some other things with the model in the next year or so.
Thanks, Joe. That's
19.
Thanks, Joe. That's a perfect, I think, segue into from the research and development community that works on technologies. I really should just start and thank everybody, both from the government and here. I think the importance of the practices and technologies that each of you help with at either the federal or local areas is just critical to the area I mostly work in, which of course is farming. And as Bob mentioned, I was just even things like the spotted wing Drosophila hitting those cherry growers just in a terrible way. I mean, just in the Asian citrus psyllid, which we get calls on every day, ruining those orchards down in Florida. So thank you all for that. I just had two other quick things. We're working on so many biodiversity projects to figure out how to integrate both how we have practices to manage invasive species along with what we're doing to protect endangered species, which have come up some great examples today, but also because of our interest in pollinator habitat. So how do you have you leverage all the work in biodiversity on protecting endangered and threatened species, on really improving pollinator habitat, and have an awareness and practices that help you manage invasives. So that's what we're focusing a lot in those areas. Third, I wanted to put a pitch. I'm going to ask for volunteers I'll be developing the program for the National Weed Science Society meetings in 2017 in Tucson, and there will be a symposium and workshop specifically on invasives and ecosystems, and I'll be asking for volunteers to help plan that. And I'll put in, there's always great information on invasive plants in the Weed Science Society meetings, and the next ones are in Puerto Rico in February, but we're going to be planning for the 2017. So thank you all very much.
Ken Zimmerman, I'm going to pass.
I'll pass.
Okay, just one quick thing. I'm Pat Birch with Dow AgroSciences, and probably picking up where Janice left off with the pollinator habitat. That's something that, with the level of concern that has been raised about the impact on pollinators, what do the impacts of our vegetation practices have on habitat? And so development of kind of a selectivity guide for either herbicides or for different techniques that are used, and what impact that has on native vegetation, so that you can minimize the impact on the desirables and while taking out the problem species. So there's an example here of a susceptibility chart, and I'd be happy to share with anybody that's interested.
Bill Hyatt, Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and everything I was going to mention has already been mentioned. Marshall mentioned the joint effort that we have going with PJAC and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to review aquatic species not yet in trade, and made a point of us not going fast enough. Or something about having to work another 50 years. I don't remember. I didn't catch it all. Eric, you mentioned the Western Weed Summit, I believe. Your microphone was going in and out, and that's something that the Western Association, a regional subgroup of AFWA, has been heavily involved with. It's a follow-up to the invasive plant and sage grouse report that we talked about briefly at last meeting. And I think Tammy, represented or mentioned the project that we've got going to flesh out the boating inspection and decontamination laws as a follow-up to a report that was presented, I think, a year and a half by Priya Nanjapa here at ISAC. So those are all initiatives that the AFWA Invasive Species Committee is involved in to varying degrees.
So now I have a bigger question. I don't want to necessarily throw this open for discussion. I have had people mention to me that they do not believe member updates are a valuable use of our time. And so if anybody has an opinion like that, please offer it privately to me or to Jamie as we look. I suspect as we evolve as an entity, our next meeting will look different than this one. And going forward, I suspect there'll be differences. So you need to let us, the steering committee and staff, know which things you think are important and which you wouldn't mind if they went away.
I appreciate that, Bob. I think it's an important question to put out there. What I'd like to add to that, the members' forums were originally developed to meet a couple criteria we had for the meetings. So in addition to saying, is it helpful, is it not helpful, I would love to invite feedback on what process might still meet some of these criteria instead. What can we do instead that would add benefit to the meeting? Those criteria were providing an opportunity for you all to know what each other was working on, so that if there were potential synergies available in the room, those could be identified in that process, as well as letting people know about upcoming meetings and so forth that people might not have otherwise heard about, state level legislation, new tools, technologies, those sorts of things. So I think those are all important opportunities for conveying information that aren't readily available outside of this kind of context. The other role was also to give the federal family a chance to hear what you all were doing, with the intent of, again, networking resources and opportunities and interests. We've been a bit handicapped in that over recent years by the lunch situation, in which many of the federal members end up having to leave the room. And one of my goals going forward is to address that challenge, so that we can have people fully present throughout the session. To give you an example, one of the suggestions that's already been brought to me as a what we could do instead idea was a poster session. And I believe we had poster sessions in some of the first ISAC meetings, but again, a way of conveying what's of most interest to you, such that people could browse that over the course of the meeting and make direct connections with each other where that made sense. But I'm open to all sorts of ideas. I do think the intent is a good one. We may just be able to find a more effective mechanism as we go forward.
I would just, Jamie, you can interrupt me, but I would say absolutely yes. And we have time built into the agenda later to talk about moving forward. I think things will be fundamentally different in terms of how we address issues. Is that? Yeah, it's in the agenda to talk about. If there's no other important items at this time, let's take about a 7-minute break, be back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll reconvene. Thanks for being brief, everyone. Let's take our seats so we can reconvene.
I went to a meeting once where the facilitator brought a little handheld dog, and they would like walk through the thing and do this, and everybody got the message pretty quickly. It's pretty amazing.
Well, one thing, this agenda kind of got out of our control. We've got to build in longer breaks.
Yeah.
These 15-minute breaks just don't cut it.
Yeah, people
You
wanna-
run 2 or
people
3
wanna
minutes
connect.
late,
Yeah.
they just get on their feet. You know, and this is what. Yep. Let's get back to our seats, please. Thanks, everybody, for getting back so quickly. One of the things that has really changed with ISAC over the last few years, from my observation, is just a few years ago, we came to an ISAC meeting and we spent much of our time just hearing presentations about various invasive species issues. While they were all interesting and informative, they really didn't do much to advance the work of ISAC. My hat's off to the steering committee over the last couple of meetings and the membership themselves for really saying we need to focus on what we're working on and not just what we're interested in. And so, as you're well aware, we're not having too many presentations in the meeting this time. That said, we do have a couple of groups of presentations that tie directly to work that's ongoing within ISAC. And next, we've got a session here coming up on biocontrol. Later on in the meeting, we will be asked to approve a white paper on biocontrol that contains recommendations. And so this is background information for us all as we move forward. We've got 3 speakers. Our first speaker today will be Eric Lane. Eric is the Director of Conservation Services for the Colorado Department of Agriculture. Of course, that's something he's proud of, but I believe what he's most proud of is that he has served as Vice Chair of ISAC. Number 1 on his resume. Eric is going to be talking to us about Colorado's biological control program. Those of you who were on the committee a few years ago, we had a field meeting in Denver and had a little bit of biocontrol presented to us on that meeting. Colorado has a very good program, and I'll leave it to Eric to tell us the rest.
Oh my God, it's awesome. I know in past meetings, when we've done the roundtable for members, I have mentioned that we have a very robust biological control program in Colorado and that people should feel free to take advantage of it. And since we're doing a biocontrol session, here's a good opportunity for me to actually talk about it. Our program started 60 some odd years ago on the west side of Colorado when Oriental fruit moth was accidentally released into the Grand Valley, which is one of our primary areas in Colorado for growing peaches, among other yummy, delectable things. And so it was really started as even back in the 40s, we knew that there was a biological control mechanism, a WASP, for OFM, Oriental fruit moth. And so that's what started. And for whatever reason, it was prior to my time working for the state, but I still don't understand it. The legislature allocated increasing resources to the biocontrol program that's at the Colorado Department of Ag. And in '92, we moved to a new facility. The pictures are there on the wall with a couple of greenhouses and a large number of individual climate-controlled rooms and lab space and office space. And Right now, we distribute over 20 different biocontrol agents, usually the classical insect eats weeds, but obviously we started with Oriental fruit moth biocontrol, so we also do insect biocontrol. And one thing that we try to emphasize, and that I have mentioned at this meeting a number of times, is that we're really a partner in pest management. We're a partner to public and private landowners in Colorado. We're a partner to other state efforts in the region for biocontrol. In fact, we got an award a few years ago for helping out with cereal leaf beetle, which is not presently a problem in Colorado, but was an increasing problem in the Pacific Northwest. And we're a partner on a larger scheme with the federal USDA agencies that are involved in biocontrol, because we have such a robust weed management program. I don't say this to be boastful, it's just a fact, and I have to remind this of legislators and the governor and people like that when they come to visit our facility. Other states don't have the infrastructure that we do. We're extremely fortunate. It puts us in a very unique position to have this kind of facility, 6 full-time staff that are paid for by the state of Colorado, and at present 3 additional full-time staff that are present because of federal agreements and contracts. So we invest as a state about $675,000 annually in biocontrol, not including the worth of the facility. And agencies as varied as EPA, ARS, and USDA APHIS all provide funding on an annual basis for one project or another, or just multiple projects. EPA basically saying if you're doing more biocontrol, you're doing less pesticide spraying. So it's a worker safety issue. This, I don't expect anybody to really read the fine print, but we developed this to really try to articulate where we fit in this role. And in the upper left-hand corner is foreign exploration, where our overseas collaborators, particularly working at the behest of USDA, do a lot of the exploration, identify species that could be useful biocontrol. Eventually, some of them are shipped to the US for under quarantine capabilities. There's continued research with ARS, APHIS, and the universities. And because we have such a robust implementation capacity, a lot of times we are in the West a primary go-to organization to help get it from essentially the introduction phase into the fully implemented phase. And then on the right-hand side are all the landowners that we work with, not only in Colorado, but in other Western states as it suits kind of our collaboration as a partner. We have 3 primary goals for the program. First is doing the traditional work of rearing, collecting, and redistributing agents for use in pest management projects. The second goal, which is really more recent in the last decade because of how the science of biological control has really evolved, to include monitoring agent establishment, but also its impact. When I started in this field in invasive species management, biocontrol was really what I called drive-by bugging, that you just open the window, threw the bugs out, and off you went. And you measured success in subsequent years by going back to those release sites and seeing if the agents were still there, that they had in fact established over the course of a Colorado winter and were still surviving. That's obviously a measure of success, but it says nothing about the measure of success in terms of what is the impact of this biocontrol agent on not only the target, but the ecosystem in which it is now a piece of the puzzle. So monitoring has become a much more robust part of what we do. And then lastly, education. Entomologists, I guess I'll say that this is a personal observation. Entomologists are a bit like IT professionals. And I hear some chuckling, so you all know what I mean, right? They really love what they do, but they may not necessarily be the best at communicating what they do, right? Is that fair? Where's Bob? Bob, is that fair? No, okay. It's all right. So it's a personal observation. Take it for what you will. So when I took over operations for the insectary, I guess about 12 or 13 years ago, and they're still part of my bailiwick, they were a very insular group and actually suffered as a result. Whenever the state budget dipped,
their line item, which was a decent chunk of change, would sort of magically appear on somebody's list of, well, here's some money. I don't know what they do. Let's just take that. Not realizing that it was a full facility and an extremely advanced capacity. And so when I took over, not being an entomologist, I made it one of my primary missions, because I took over at a time when the budget was in a lull, to start educating not just the people we worked with, but the people who funded it, to really understand. We're going into another one of those budget dips in the state of Colorado, and nobody's talking about wiping out the insectary. What's that money? What's that $750,000 of budget that we could throw at something else, which people are clamoring for? So we do a lot more with education of not just the end users and the general public to understand how biocontrol fits as part of an IPM strategy, but also we've had the governor out, we've had our joint budget committee out, we've had USDA officials out. We really like to educate the people who decide our fate in some way, shape, or form. So our first goal, rearing, collection, distribution of agents, that's the bread and butter. If we didn't do that, we wouldn't really have biocontrol, and that's what our facility was built for, between the greenhouses and the climate-controlled rooms and all the incubators and the stuff that we do. And those are just some pictures of some of the stuff that our projects are involved with. Monitoring, you know, even as simple as the 2007 and 2010 before and after picture of a point release for the Tamarisk leaf beetle on the Dolores River, which is in southwestern Colorado. We're looking not only for the establishment and movement of the agent, and in the case of Tamarisk, that is a regional activity now. And if you want to see a map of continued spread of Tamarisk beetle over the last decade, it's available because we and our partners are doing that. But we look at the impact on the target, and then we also look at the broader context of what is the impact on that target having to the system that we are concerned about. So not only looking at how do we wipe out Tamarisk, which is a laudable and worthy goal in and of itself, but how is that contributing to the restoration of riparian ecosystems in Colorado? And then on the bottom one, there's another monitoring picture of what we're working on with two of our newer agents with Russian knapweed on the Ute Mountain Ute tribe reservation down in far southwestern Colorado. And just to emphasize that all of the new projects that we take on now have a robust monitoring component, which is replicable and gives us information that we can then utilize to not only educate ourselves and our immediate end users when a landowner calls and says, I have this kind of situation, do you have something that can help me? But also contributes to the broader biocontrol community, because we're obviously not the only ones dealing with these target species and want to be using these biocontrol agents. Education, it's everything from on the left, working with landowners in west central Colorado on leafy spurge, which is one of our hot spots in the state, to on the right, one of our staff working with a USDA tour on that cereal leaf beetle biocontrol project, which we were basically in contract with USDA to work with Oregon, Washington, and Idaho to help them out. And then just to fly through a few slides, here are some of the things that we're working on right now. One of the most exciting projects that we're working on is Canada thistle with a rust. We've had these little cute little flies for many years. They don't do a whole hell of a lot. Don't ever expect that they will. But Fort Detrick ARS folks have really figured out the life cycle for a rust, and we're the first ones to really be working on it on a broad implementation scale. We also have 2 new agents for Russian knapweed that create galls. Here's a list of some of our releases for 2014. We're still tabulating the numbers for 2015, but you can see a bunch of the things that we're working on there and in the relative size of things that we're working on. Field bindweed has been incredibly popular because everybody hates field bindweed. You know, we get the calls from farmers, we get the calls from little old ladies with rose bushes. So we get them all. And that's been an incredibly popular biocontrol and a great tool to help people understand the utility of biocontrol as part of an IPM program. And these are just some pictures of the effects on field bindweed with the mite clusters. Tamarisk biocontrol, hot topic. On the right, there's a bunch of adults as well as the instars merrily feeding away on the to foliage. 2007, 2010. And then this is a slide that shows tamarisk mortality in the last few years. Some sites where we really haven't had any mortality, and other sites where we've had up to 50% mortality. And we're still trying to tease out what makes these sites different so that we can be more prescriptive in how biocontrol is integrated in communities around the West. Because we never want to be in a position where a landowner calls and we just say, well, we have a tool for you, one of the things that I really love about our staff is that while they're really committed to biocontrol because this is what they do 100% of the time, they're also realistic about the nature of the tool. Sometimes you're successful, sometimes you fail. Sometimes you don't know why you're successful and sometimes you don't know why you fail. And they're committing to making it as successful as they can, but there are no guarantees and there are other tools that can be effective. And so we never try to be a huckster and say, we have the tool for you, here is the silver bullet. That rarely happens in biocontrol. And while tamarisk looks to be one of the best successes in recent decades for biocontrol, that slide right there shows you that it's not successful everywhere and that there are varying degrees. So we try to be realistic about it. Macinus janthinus, there was some confusion about what we were introducing this for a while back and what exactly we were introducing. And we have a partnership with U.S. Forest Service because yellow toe flax is a significant threat to especially high country sites in Colorado, Montana, and other states. Couple projects, pictures getting it off the ground. The latest, we have 2 new agents for Russian knapweed biocontrol. They create, you can see the little fly on the upper tip. They go to the growing tips and create galls, which really does stunt their growth. That's a picture. I noticed everyone has their hands on their hips. I guess that's part of being successful. You just put your hands on your hips and intimidate the plants into submission. These are the flies and the wasp that we're using. Originally, we started in this capacity, and then they're so tiny, but they're really hardy. They've escaped our site. Escaped is a loose word. And our first site was found 2 miles away from the insectary, and these are tiny little flies. So obviously, they're pretty hardy. Another picture of just the little guys. I mentioned the rust fungus. It is both a lab and a field experiment as we try to implement the protocol developed by the good folks at Fort Detrick. That's us inoculating rosettes in the fall. Some of our testing methodologies to figure out how to get it out there in the field. We have monitoring transects at virtually all of our release sites, and here's a map that shows how well distributed we've put the rust out in the last 2 to 3 years since we took up this project. And Canada thistle is probably the most widespread invasive weed in Colorado, causing impacts to both agriculture and the environment. And I think this is the last thing that I'll mention. We have a tremendous tumbleweed problem, particularly in southeastern Colorado, and we're part of a petition to bring in a new agent for Russian thistle. It's one of those things where you hear about it, yeah, okay, so you have a tumbleweed problem. It is tremendous. They have been in a drought in southeastern Colorado for a number of years. And the one thing that always seems to do well in a drought, not surprising, are these things like kochia and Russian thistle. So biocontrol is something that we're really hopeful for because it's the only way to deal with these essentially low value ag lands where landowners simply don't have the resources to put into it. And we are starting to work on new things like emerald ash borer and Japanese beetle. Emerald ash borer showed up in Colorado and Boulder a few years ago. Japanese beetle has been around the Denver metro area for longer. We've just started to work with a biocontrol agent for that. And at some point, maybe there'll be something for brown marmorated stink bug. And that's the end of the spiel. But we can't do the work that, as robust as we are, we cannot do the work in isolation. I'm only sad that Robert Bonney isn't still here because I think when he was talking about budgets and the need to partner, we couldn't exist and do as such a great job as we do without USDA on sort of one end of the spectrum and our landowners and land manager partners on the other end of the spectrum. And I don't think that either end of that spectrum could do as well on biocontrol, with us kind of right in the middle to play a pivotal role to both sides. So we can't do it without our partners. I don't think our partners can do it nearly as well without us. And so it really is an excellent partnership where I think everybody comes out ahead as a result. So that's it for my spiel. In the past, I have said, please contact me if you're interested in doing biocontrol. Maybe you have a better feel for the work that we do in Colorado and how robust our capabilities are. So the invitation is out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. We'll hold all questions because we'll have all our speakers answer questions at the end. So thank you, Eric. Earlier when we had the principals here, we heard discussion about the importance of cross-agency activities and building partnerships. I think this is really neat. Our next presentation is being made by two individuals, one from Fish and Wildlife Service and one from Department of Agriculture. Cindy Hall is the National Coordinator for Integrated Pest Management at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. She's been with the National Refuge System in headquarters for 3.5 years at the request of Rick Sayers, who's now retired, who was then the Bureau Chief for Endangered Species Consultation. She volunteered to be the Fish and Wildlife Service TAG representative about 3 years ago. Prior to that, Cindy worked 20 years as a Fish and Wildlife Service biologist working on contaminants and their effects on aquatic and terrestrial federally listed species and critical habitats. Cindy considers biocontrol a useful tool in the IPM toolbox, being potentially one of the lowest environmental risk treatment alternatives. And her co-presenter will be Jeff Herod. Jeff is currently on a 60-day detail to the Fish and Wildlife Service headquarters branch of consultations and habitat conservation planning. His role is to coordinate communications between USDA APHIS contacts and the Fish and Wildlife Service staff working on specific consultations. For example, biocontrol and plant importation in growing media. Jeff has worked on invasive species issues for 17 years. He's been a researcher and manager of projects for preventing, managing, and eradicating invasive species with the U.S. Geologic Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Department of Navy. Cindy and Jeff, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Herod. I will be starting off with the first part of this presentation. Then I will hand it over to Cindy. I'd like to also introduce Patricia Ashfield. She's the chief for the branch of consultations and habitat conservation planning. She is my supervisor for the 6-day detail. She'll also be here to handle any questions that we have during the discussion for the Section 7. So what we were asked to do today was just provide some background information on why Section 7 is involved with any of the biological assessments for biocontrol agents. So I'm going to go through a couple of slides on Section 7. It is kind of boring, but I hope it kind of leads you through the understanding of what is needed in a biological assessment. Then we're going to talk about some next steps forward, some of the things we're already doing as far as progress. So under Section 7 for the ESA, each federal agency shall, in consultation with and with the assistance of the Secretary, ensure that any action authorized, funded, or carried out is not likely to jeopardize species or result in the destruction or adverse modification of designated critical habitat. Continuing with Section 7, each federal agency shall review its actions at the earliest possible time to determine whether any action may affect listed species or critical habitat. If such a determination is made, formal consultation is required, except if the federal agency determines with the written concurrence of the director that the proposed action is not likely to adversely affect any listed species or critical habitat. Just one more slide. Effects of an action. So based on the first two slides, Section 7, the federal agency, for example, USDA APHIS, on behalf of a petitioner to get a release would come to us with a biological assessment. That biological assessment is required under Section 7. Part of that biological assessment is to determine the effects of the action. So the effects of the action refers to direct and indirect effects of any action on the species or critical habitat, together with the effects of other activities that are interrelated or interdependent with the action that will be added to the environmental baseline. Biological assessment is different than doing an EA, an environmental assessment. Indirect effects are those that are caused by the proposed action or are later in time but still reasonably certain to occur. Interrelated are those actions that are part of a larger action and depend on the larger action for their justification. Interdependent actions are those that have no independent utility apart from the action under consideration. Basically, what those three slides were doing is laying out basically the role for the conversation to happen between the federal agency who is going to be providing a permit for somebody to release a biocontrol agent, and how that would work and what is needed on the Fish and Wildlife Service side to review that biological assessment. As part of this presentation, we were also asked to provide an update on 7 of the biocontrol agent biological assessments. So there were 7 biological assessments that were asked for us to provide background information and status update on. Of the 7, one of the biological assessments has been withdrawn by APHIS. 2 of these have already been completed, and the assessment from the Fish and Wildlife Service was a concurrence with the biological assessment. And then we have 4 that we're still reviewing. So I'm just going to go briefly through a status update for each one of the biological assessments. So for a rust fungus, for biocontrol of rust
into the service, I have a group of people within the service that I can reach out to. I have some botanists, I have the integrated pest management people, invasive species folks, but it has been a little bit trickier to pinpoint endangered species experts in the field. We're an agency of nearly 9,000 people, and so it's very it's not the easiest for me to find. So who's the endangered species experts in the California region? They have 4 field offices there, and I don't know how many, several hundred of people. So it's been a little bit harder trying to make sure that I reach out to the endangered species folks. And we are working on introducing me to the regional coordinators, making a pitch for the expertise that I need. And some of you are probably familiar, but when it comes to the tag, I mean, we get maybe 2 to 3 petitions a year, maybe 1 test plant list a year. It's not a huge workload, but it is, it's necessary to get as robust and as broad sweeping input as we can from the Fish and Wildlife Service people out in the field. So we're working on introducing me to those regional folks so that they could then reach out to people in the field. And the goal of that obviously is to facilitate us having a broader response to our tag petitions and test plant list requests. Another thing that we thought might be useful, and we have heard this from members of the tag, is that we could perhaps do a webinar for tag representatives themselves about the role of the Fish and Wildlife Service in the process. Some tag reps have changed since 10 or 15 years ago, so we just thought we would do a webinar for the other tag reps, and also do it with or present it 2 or 3 times for researchers, people who are working on developing biocontrol in this country, so that they understand the lens with which we look at biocontrol when it comes to the endangered species. Because I think there may be just maybe some gaps in knowledge there. The other thing is, sort of over the spring, I took a look at the tag manual. It's on the website. And I think the people who use that are both tag reps, but also petitioners, people who are doing research on biocontrol. And Chapter 6 in particular is about the Endangered Species Act. And I think that process-wise, it lays out the Endangered Species Act, the requirements really well. But I think it could perhaps be a little bit more helpful with examples of how we view bringing, a foreign living organism into this country and what it might mean for endangered species or their habitats. So I checked with the TAG chair this summer, who said, yeah, even though I think it's in review, the manual is in review with general counsel, they said, sure, go ahead and take another look. So we plan on doing this fall and getting that wrapped up in the next few months in-house, and then sharing it with the TAG chair and the group. And the other thing that I want to say is that something that we do with other federal agencies, we do this whether we're in the field or whether we're working on consultations in headquarters, is about we have early coordination meetings. They are face-to-face meetings before an agency begins writing a biological assessment, and we try to let folks know specifically what type of information we're going to be looking for, very specifically. Or if maybe they have a draft document ready, but we can take a look at that and say, these are the red flags I see. And I don't even want to call it red flags really, but just these are gaps in information I still see here. And so that when a biological assessment comes to us, it is as as fully informed for us as it needs to be. So we are working on it. I think that's it. Yeah, it is Bat Week. So I think we hold questions, though. I think Bern Blassie is up next. Dr. Blassie.
Thank you, Cindy and Jeff. Our next speaker will be Dr. Bernd Blassie from Cornell University. He's an ecologist, associate professor, and has more than 20 years in biocontrol background.
Well, it does. Okay. Well, thank you for having me. I need to declare that I'm German, so I will be a little more upfront and frank with my assessment. I also would like to give you a little background of why I'm here, why am I standing here and not sitting in my office and trying to get some help to Eric so he can rear more biocontrol agents. Just leave it, oh good. Can we go to the, Yeah, that was the only reason why I came. No, but I've been involved in biocontrol for almost 30 years. I started with my master's and PhD program looking at insects in Europe that eat purple loosestrife. Some of you may have heard about the plant. I've continued to do work in biocontrol on garlic mustard, Phragmites, water chestnut, Japanese knotweed, and a couple of other things. And throughout that career, I have tried to understand what the insects are doing to the plant, what the insects are trying to do to the ecosystem, how the ecosystem responds to the insects, what other factors may be involved in that one. And I've discovered earthworms and deer. I don't have the time to go into all the details. Not that I discovered them, I've discovered their ecological roles, right? So that's a very different story. I also had the pleasure and the pain of being a participant in a book writing exercise with a whole bunch of other ecologists and breed biocontrol people, or biocontrol people, that's coming out hopefully later this year or early next. It's called somewhere like Biocontrol for Nature was the working title. Roy van Drijs was the lead investigator. So I produced a whole bunch of reviews and evidence. And what I'm talking to you about here today is backed up, or I can back it up with a whole bunch of other literature and statements. If you're interested in that one, please contact me. I don't have the time to go into all the into all the evidence as we would do it in a typical seminar, but it's there. So the title of my talk was going into some problems that we're kind of given as legal, administrative, financial. I call it the recruitment of a new generation. It's not only agreeing in all the workforces, we actually have a lack of absence of new biocontrol researchers because they're not being trained, because their future is so murky that they can't see how they could actually go through that. The problems in weed biocontrol, and we're talking only about weed biocontrol here, are not ecological. Let me make that up front. You've heard Hilda and others talk about the introduction of biocontrol insects to control insects. That pipeline is not plugged. The weed biocontrol pipeline is plugged, completely plugged. So that's why I'm calling this is weed biocontrol on life support, or is life support already off? Make no mistake, that's not an easy transition. I'm reflecting here in my comments the frustration of all my colleagues that work in weed biocontrol, whether they're in this country or whether they are overseas. They don't see a future, they don't advise the students to pursue it, and we are eliminating one of the potentially most important techniques to address invasive species, if we're serious about that, in the way that we're handling the issue right now. It's thriving, by the way, in other places, like South Africa, like Australia, New Zealand. They have biocontrol laws that maybe tell us a little bit about it. The reasons for control, and we will get back to this one in a little bit, are not that these species are from overseas. I hate the language that's being used, invasive alien species. It reflects on us poorly for those that critique us for having a bias in the way that we are addressing that. The reasons for control are fourfold. They can be ecological, whether it's reduced diversity, threatened and endangered species may be affected by it. They can be economic, aesthetic, or there can be health problems. They're not because the evolutionary origins are not on this continent. Remember that when we assess what success is and what success is not. The control options, there's probably a whole slew of them. We all throw them at in various places. You have seen pictures like that before. We will get back to that later. Why I'm here is about the slide that you don't really see very well. That's the initial releases of loosestrife control agents in a wetland. I call this a very light footprint. It doesn't even have a person going in and weeding the plant. It's an insect flying to a plant and selectively controlling one species and one species only. I'm also talking about classical biological control. Here's the definition that we're using. It's the introduction of host-specific natural enemies from the native range of the target non-indigenous plant. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to give you a quick run-through of how biocontrol programs are actually being conducted. I don't have the time to go into all the details here, but they come in various phases, and that's pretty much the same across the world. Some people do more work in quarantine than others, but the processes are the same. Not everybody follows those. And again, it's for weed biocontrol and weed biocontrol only. So initially we want to identify a problem, and it looks at, it's either the spread of the species. We surely want to attempt traditional control measures. If a plant goes away by just yelling at it, why should we introduce an insect, right? History tells us that's not usually the case. Sometimes that takes decades to actually discover that we have an issue. Then we usually go overseas, trying to understand where the plant is from, what its life history is overseas, what the impact of potential control agents are. So we do a lot of work in international collaboration, and very often we develop an initial host specificity screening plant list, trying to understand what the potential targets would be if we would introduce an insect or a pathogen, for that matter of fact. Then, if funding can become available, we do a lot of detailed investigations, usually overseas. There are many different organizations that can contribute to that. It usually takes 3 to 5 years. Phragmites we have been involved in for 18 years by now. Right? It's not an organism in the country, 18 years for Phragmites. I can talk about that a little more, but we usually try to understand before releasing anything what the potential impact is, what the life history is, what the host specificity is. Obviously,
And then we go through the process that was just mentioned here, and I will talk about that in a little more detail. Usually we like to find or get the stamp of an Afonso. That may be part of the problem, because releasing an organism into nature where we hope to control a plant, it's not a finding of no significant impact. It's just a finding of no significant negative impact, right? We hope to have an effect by the release of an organism or any other control measure. We would like to then understand what our action results in. Not only the establishment or reduction of the target non-indigenous plant, but do the things that we care about, that we'd like to protect, do they actually do better? That's the currency that we should look at. Not how many acres were controlled or how many insects are living in a particular area. And important for me, and these are new insights that I've developed over the last years, is that we should focus on demography. That means what we're interested in, while an individual may be really, really valuable, usually we try to protect populations, right? If an individual dies and the population exists and continues to thrive, we don't really have a negative impact. Shipment and control of agents into quarantine and then mass production. Eric may take them on at some point with his facility, but if the pipeline is broken, he has all the dedicated staff and hopefully some funding, but it will not result in anything because we can't deliver. And then we do detailed investigations, and Eric highlighted that. And that's usually where another funding pipeline has broken down. People are really interested in bringing control agents into a country. And then they said, once they are here, why should we actually measure what they do? I remember the first time that I asked people to do an evaluation of purple-loosestrife biocontrol agents, that managers stood up to me and said, I know when a success has occurred, I can just look at it. Thankfully, hopefully, we are in a time where evidence-based understanding and promotion of processes is gaining momentum. I'm very carefully wording that, right? But I'm at a university where a lot of things go through evidence-based. We can talk about how evidence is being collected and how usual processes are, or useful processes are, how to collect evidence. But we need to document what is happening. Just releasing and walking away is not acceptable. As spraying and walking away is not acceptable. As mowing and walking away is not acceptable. Doesn't matter what control technique we use. We better understand what we do. Do no harm. Remember, that was one of the first things that we wanted to as one of the guiding principles. Again, we want to focus on demography. Doesn't matter it's demography of the agent that we release, the plant that we want to control, it's the demography of the species that we want to protect. Whether that's a frog, whether it's a plant, whether it's a tree, doesn't matter. That can take a long time. And then in the end, who said that from the State Department? We would like to have an economic and an ecological assessment, right? You're still there. Give us the metrics on how to evaluate the duck that's not in a hunter's bag, but it's a rare one, or the insects that rare and Dan Simbolov looks at. It's really, really tough. Give us the tools. We would love to provide you with numbers, but you better be scared about the evaluations that will come once all those numbers are compiled. It's really, really hard. Really, really hard. There's a lack of accountability in terms of following through with those people that have funded these projects and the evaluations. Nobody wants to fund the final part. There's always graduate students who want to say, oh, I would love to understand what's the value of the wetlands now that loosestrife has gone down. There's no data to assess this, no methods to assess that. They all think, oh, we can. Well, unfortunately, we can't at the present time. So I want to give you what a lot of people would probably think is the most important aspect of biocontrol introduction, the host specificity of the organisms. Are we staging it under invasion? Yes, we do. We want another invasion because we want the insects that come in to be really, really abundant, at least for a short while. Then control the plant, and then they go down to lower levels. So we stage an invasion. We better be sure that we don't have effects that we do not appreciate. Very often these are called non-target effects, and host specificity is the most important ones. Biological control of weeds has been around for about 100 years. It's not a novel thing that we do here, right? We have lots of evidence to go and look at evidence in this country and other places. Initially, there was just something like an expert opinion. The entomologist, maybe like IT people, and the previous entomologists are no longer with us may have been really, really smart because they didn't make early mistakes. That's what some people suggest. But it then involved the crop testing procedure where crops that were really, really important were tested. Early on, people were just out throwing out insects that they thought were specific. They were lucky, probably. Then we introduced all kinds of evolutionary factors in there. It's what's called a centrifugal or the phylogenetic procedure, where species are tested that are closely related to the organism. So they see whether there is an expression of similarity in chemistry or other things that insects use a lot of time to make host choices. Then we added species in the same habitat. If you have a wetland plant species, why would you test all the species that are living in a forest? They're very unlikely to encounter them, right? So test the species that are occurring in the same habitat. What drives me up the tree as an ecologist is, why would specialized insects always go for those two plants over there that are rare and an endangered plant species list? Why would they select them? It's an ideological idiocy, right? But that's what we do. So we follow those procedures. Host plant abundance, even now with loosestrife being down in places, it controls the insect's abundance. Early on, when the plant was really, really abundant, the insects could explode, build up huge numbers, suppress the numbers down. All of a sudden, they spent most of their time finding the last few plants that are still available. So they spend a lot of time searching. No biocontrol agent has ever eradicated a host plant. It would also be counterproductive. No biological control organism has ever negatively affected the demography of an endangered species. There's two examples, I will talk about them too. The testing procedures go from really, really small and confined with low biological realism to something that is in the field. You can't do that in a quarantine sometimes, so we do some tests overseas. Goes from small cages, petri dishes, going over, and the most reliable are open field tests. Goes from cut leaves to full plants to plants that are grown somewhere in their natural environment. We go from no choice tests to single choice, which means there's two, multiple choice, multiple ones, plants in the field community. So become more and more complicated. We know that the most reliable ones are long-term field evidence. What do organisms do in the field? And when we do open field tests with field-grown plants. We check on adult feeding, oviposition, larval development, pupation, fecundity, population. So there is a lot of work at why it takes so long to develop that. We're not just willy-nilly introducing organisms and throwing them out and hoping for the best. There's a lot of mature science that goes in that, including host specificity. It is mature. It has improved over time. What we see, reviewers, because they're not experts necessarily, and that Cindy was a good example. You were just thrown on the tag, go do and review it, right? No background. What are we doing to those people? They're wanting to do their best, but we don't equip them with the knowledge to make the best choices. It seems stupid on our part as a society to ask people to do that, something that they have no experience in. Focus on no choice feeding. Did that insect nibble on a plant? That's a stupid question. You would probably eat all kinds of things that you wouldn't touch if you would have a choice if you're starving. Insects do the same thing. Small damage, again, the nibbling is irrelevant when we want to protect species or populations. There's no evidence. Sometimes we need to be careful. There are no data to suggest that rare species are at special risk. Where people have done the test, they've shown they're not. So why are we asking scientists and society to spend an enormous amount of resources to study that? Doesn't seem to make much sense. What we cannot do is look into the future. I mean, we could think about it and we can lie about it. And so what's the likelihood that an insect would evolve its host specificity? There's some small probability Of course there is. Can we put a number on it? Absolutely not. What would you think? How high is the likelihood that the monarch would eat tomatoes or apple trees? There is a very small likelihood. It's about in the same order of likelihood as a biocontrol agent would switch a host plant. Would you be concerned about it? Probably not in your daily life. We are concerned about it because we're being asked as biocontrol researchers to put a number on that one. And then what? And in what direction? What should be of concern? Again, I've said that non-target demography. Occasional feeding, even death of individuals, is acceptable as long as populations are safe. Biocontrol has been around for over 100 years. I told you about that. So we have evidence to look at how have they performed worldwide, not just in the US. 550 insect herbivores have been introduced, targeting 224 different plant species worldwide. If you count it by country, that's over 2,000 programs. I put a citation there. We have a complete record in weed biological control. We can ask about how good is the record really, but every single release in a country has been documented, and it's being compiled in a resource that's publicly available through Chuck's website. It's difficult to find, but you can find it. It's hidden somewhere, but you can find it. You can search it now of what happened and what did the experts think what actually happened after the release. Did the insects establish? Did they do anything? What happened? Ask yourself whether you have any other complete record like that in any other science. Most active programs in North America, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. Non-target effects, this is from the 1998 catalog when I compiled that. There was feeding in about 7% of the programs. That's very often what we call a spillover. Insects build up huge populations. All of a sudden, there's a new generation that doesn't quite know what the host plant is. They go and try to bite and see whether that's the right thing. Some of you may have heard about the loosestrife insects feeding on roses in gardens in Oregon. That happened like about 15 years ago. We published on that as well. They were feeding on willows. So 10 million insects taking a bite out of a rose. That rose doesn't look very pretty, but it recovers because they move on. It's a temporary effect. We call it a spillover. Established populations on non-target, 4 insects have done that out of 550, less than 2%. A demographic effect were 2, the famous rhinocillus and the famous cactoblastis. Both of them happen to happen in North America. Why? I don't know, but it happened to happen in North America. Rhinocillus being introduced to target thistles, not a particular thistle, but thistles. So it was known that it was not specific. That you then find it on native thistles, not really a surprise. Cactoblastis, that's kind of an iffy thing. Some people think it was a mistake to introduce it to the Caribbean. As a country, you don't have any jurisdiction over what people do in the Caribbean. The biocontrol people should have probably not introduced it there. Did it come in with horticultural imports? Did it come with a hurricane? We don't really know, but we don't really need to understand it. It's here now. We need to deal with it, right? So those are the only 2 examples, both in North America. The effects were anticipated. Cactoblastis, again, is not a specific organism, worked just fine in Australia because no other prickly pears in Australia. They are not species specific. The societal values differed at the time. We need to recognize that too. Endangered species have a very different value now than they did in the 1960s or 1950s. Recognize that. Food web effects are completely unknown. The question is whether they would even be detectable, right? Some of you may have seen huge numbers of caterpillars mowing through tomatoes in Australia, one of the famous examples. Of course, that had an impact for 1 year, right? Did that have a continued impact? Can we detect it even with sophisticated methods? I doubt it. Impact success overview. Success is in the eye of the beholder, right? So for some people, the loosestrife disappearance is a disaster because they want honeybees in their wetlands. For some, they would like to have it in their ponds. But 30 to 60% of the programs by country claim some success. That success can be measured as pesticide reduction, full or partial suppression, ecological effects. Eric showed very nicely for tamarisk that effects is depending on where you actually assess that effect. It can vary country by country, habitat by habitat. We don't really understand when we are successful or when we're not successful, or the reasons why, right? And we probably never will. There are vagaries in terms of life history, others. Problem is that we don't have follow-up or numbers to, or money to do follow-up investigations to become smarter, because we would like to be smarter. I think at least most of us would. Good overviews were done in South Africa, in New Zealand. It's really problematic elsewhere. They have good economic numbers, by the way, too, in South Africa. But they have special circumstances where water is highly valued, so you can do something about that. Financial, there's no clear path to obtain financing for a weed biocontrol program. I call it stitching it together. Where is the agency? Where's the source where you can find funding for weed biocontrol? It's here and there. It's a State Department here. Sometimes it's USDA, but not in the majority of cases, I would say, right now. The Loose Drive program was funded through congressional appropriations, individual states, individual Fish and Wildlife Service. The Phragmites money, the 1.5 million that we probably spent in 18 years, came from 7, 8, 9 different organizations that spent money there. So it's a major effort of coordinating that, trying to maintain programs and expertise over time. It's a nightmare doing it that way. Yet we have increasing requirements, I call them mandates, without enabling funding. We always ask the biocontrol people to do more with less, maybe, or more with what they have anyway, provide more evidence, more complicated science, food web effect. That's not an easy thing to study, right? Don't give us $50,000 and then say you need to understand what the effects are on an endangered species. Impossible to do. So can we ask that? That's maybe up for you to decide. So there's a disconnect between treatment and assessment, not only in biological control. What do you really know about herbicide effects, pesticide effects on non-target organisms? Are you telling me you understand that? I mean, you can tell me that, but I can probably show you the evidence that you're fooling yourself in that. And an example of expenditure. Money speaks, right? And that's what you said. 1.5 million efforts on biocontrol over the time, and we did some work on that one. $65 million were spent on herbicide control of Phragmites. No ecological impact, at least not a positive one, at the same time. Legal. Sorry, Cindy, and sorry, others, but I have a different view of the world that you live in right now. The people that I work with, my colleagues, are frustrated to no end. And there will be impending retirements, not my own. I'm around for a little while longer. But this is not pretty, and it's jammed up in many different ways. The problem that I see here is that we have a single action that's a release of a biocontrol agent. I know that's I understand it's a legal mandate. What should be done is an overview of all the actions that involve a particular plant species. Should you mow, should you do herbicide, should you do biological control, not a single action. They follow what the law says. I think it's not appropriate to do it that way. I don't even think it's appropriate that it's settled in USDA APHIS, when a lot of the targets that we're actually having are conservation targets. What to do about that may be something that you need to discuss. The countries, I'm sorry, the countries where, did I just go back? Sorry about that. The countries where it works have a biocontrol law. Australia, New Zealand. The research initially hated it because it seemed to be more complex. They embrace it because they have a clear path, a clear way. What are the responsibilities? How do I consult with the different agencies? What is required of me? What's expected? I cannot accept a 2-year review at Fish and Wildlife Service. 2 years. And that's just a letter, right, that went out probably to USDA. The biocontrol researcher at the other end still sits there and says, what's happening? programs that are run in Europe alone, waiting for release permits at some point. That's impossible to maintain given what we have going on right now. So a review needs to evaluate all the alternatives. And the reviewers need to be guided by state-of-the-art science. Don't rely on stupid no-choice tests where you give a leaf to an insect. The reviewers don't know what the state of the science is. The webinars that you outlined need to be there for reviewers that need to be updated. We don't need to test another 15 rare or endangered plant species where we can't even find the seeds to grow them to then feed our insects on. And possibilities all around. Resulting in frustration, no accountability of why you ask us to do that. Because if we go back in the science, there is no reason to suspect that our biocontrol agents actually feed on rare and endangered plant species. There's no evidence to go down that road. So why are you asking us to do that? Then those two agencies, now I'm glad to hear that there is a path or a person, right? The path is the person is sitting right there for 60 days, maybe. I don't know what happens to you afterwards. I'm glad you are there and something has happened, right? Whether that will result in breaking the logjam, probably not. That would be over-expecting what you can do. I don't know you, and you may be the lightning bolt that strikes gold and everything goes, but I doubt that. That's not my experience. So, right? The consultation with Section 7 is a major problem. Probably run over, but I will ask you, because Cindy did not mention what they ask us to address. These are the questions that are being asked of USDA to address in the biological assessment and turn around, ask the biocontrol people to understand and give an answer to. You can read those, right? I wish we knew how quickly they would be defoliated. We don't even know whether they get established. Eric doesn't know which one will establish here or there. We don't know that. So the answer is unknown. Will you be satisfied with that? Probably not. What species are like to recolonize the treated area? Oh, I wish we knew when we threw herbicide at it or bulldoze it or burn or mow. We do not know because it depends on what other species are in the area. Are we doing revegetation? Are we doing anything? Could a more problematic invasive exotic take its place? Of course it could. Maybe it doesn't. We have no idea. We don't have crystal balls. Does the BC agent, the biocontrol agent, have the same nutritional value as a native organism? Which native organism? Right? Are we talking about other insects? Are we now going in and looking at caloric metrics of the biocontrol agent, where every one may be worth $20,000, we grind it up and give it to a nutrition lab to see, oh, it has that much nitrogen and that much potassium in it? Please. And what would it matter? Matter for whom? For the bats? For the snakes? For the earthworms? Are there any trophic level impacts? Yes, there are. Hopefully, the introduced species will become, that's the one that we want to target with biocontrol, will be less abundant. What are the trophic level impacts? Don't ask us to predict that. Whenever we say something, we will be wrong. Clearly, because somebody would say, well, you didn't see that. I know that. Will the organism adapt? Of course it will. It will respond to photoperiod, to temperature. That's what we want. We brought organisms from Germany, released them in New York and in Oregon. 1 year later, they were in sync with purple loosestrife in Oregon and in New York. Will they adapt? Of course they did. They better. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. So frustration, no accountability, lack of future experts. I can't train students in weed biocontrol. I will not do that because there's no future, at least not in this country, as we're operating right now. Is it reasonable? Oops, this is a very sensitive little button. Is it reasonable to ask biocontrol people to answer those questions? with any certainty? I don't think so. How will they respond to climate change, distribution change all over the place? That's an unreasonable burden, the way that I see that. I have all kinds of details about this, and I will not go into that one. But I wanted to go back to this. We have control options, right? I'm not asking for special treatment for biological control. Absolutely not. But let's level the playing field here. Doesn't matter what we do. How do we get into this one? Right? It's not that long ago that somebody said, what are we doing to our environments? Working with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And yet, that's from a National Park Service website. Helicopter spraying over tamarisk, I believe it's tamarisk. That's unacceptable to me as a person who is driven by conservation interests. I do not like to see that. Localized impact may be, when you do herbicide spraying, cumulative, it's worldwide. We understand that. We don't need more evidence for that. What are the beneficial effects of treatments that we're looking for when we do control efforts? We have no idea about local or regional impacts of plant invaders or their management. Let's not fool us. The evidence is not there. You may think it's there. People may tell you it's there. Evidence, including reviews, and I will show you the citation for that, it is not. I've looked hard into other places, and sometimes you can find it, and sometimes you don't. There's no long-term reduction of negative impacts by traditional control methods. We have all kinds of success. We know more about species. We have more connections. We can do all kinds of social science of how much better we are collectively. We stink when it comes to control and reduction of invasive species impacts. We stink. That's sometimes hard to admit, but it is true, except when it comes to biological control, where there are 30% of the programs where we can actually walk away and say, they're doing their job, I'm sitting and drinking a root beer or a beer on my porch, and still success is happening. Major food web disruptions, they're largely unknown. They're probably there. There are some. Most of them will be temporary as pulse experiments. Local herbicide use collectively creates global problems. We understand that. Are we willing to admit to that? Long-term effects of herbicides, where we know, I don't have the data here, but you can find them. They favor the invaders and suppress the species that we care about. Those effects don't materialize after 2 years, but after 10 and 15 years, we have the data to show that. You want to do something good? You do something and the outcome is bad. Conservation and should think in years, decades, and centuries, not on whether you can kill something tomorrow. We have all kinds of tools to kill something tomorrow. Will the other ones that we care about be better off is the important aspect. And not always are the plants the drivers of the ecosystem change. That's my work over the last 10 years. I told you I discovered earthworms and deer. Earthworms and deer and livestock, right, out west are drivers of ecosystems and their changes. It's not always the plant that you can so easily see. Definition of success, that's what we need to think about. Is biological? When we think about, can we control plant invaders? Ecological? Are the systems better off? Are the species in the systems better off? Social, are we more happy, right? Or do we have economic benefits? And I don't know whether you can see that the biocontrol agents can only influence the biological success. We need to pair biological control and any other control method. I'm not saying biocontrol is the only method that there is. In some places it may be. We need to pair it with restoration. Eric already said most of what I needed to address here. They asked me to do that. That's Dan Cimberlov's summary, right, that he wrote. Those of you that know Dan Cimberlov and how critical he is about weed biocontrol, he calls that a major success story. Despite all the flame-throwing and warnings of ecological disasters impeding by release of diarrhea in the West. Nobody has looked at livestock. Invasive species control versus conservation. That brings me back to where I started. The plan in its origin is not the problem. The extent of near monospecific area that's occupied is if it has negative impacts on the species of conservation concern. Traits and trait variation is very low in monoculture. That's a scientific term. But species that are similar in the way that they are, one grass to the other, may not make a difference for a lot of species when they invade. So it depends on who invades and how different they are from other communities. And terms like healthy and diverse, well, we like to use this because these are fuzzy and nice terms. They don't mean anything in ecological terms, right? So we better define it differently. The reduction in an invasive species or the area treated is not helpful. This is problematic. It feeds back to the requirement of data from biocontrol people. This was issued by USDA. Did it come out this year, or what did it come out last year? So it's 2014. They looked at all the endangered species and management plans and how they were affected by invasive species. Sorry, 6% or 6.5% of all endangered species were ever assessed of whether there was an effect by invasive species on their life. And where it was, the assertions were not based on primary or even secondary evidence. That's stinks, right? Because what we always hear, what's the first word in a lot of publications, invasive species, major threat to threatened and endangered species. So here are the lessons. Make invasive species management accountable to assess impacts of invaders, impacts of control treatments, regardless of what the treatments are. I don't care what treatments you use, biological or otherwise. Use demography for species of concern. Acres treated or number of individuals killed is not appropriate. The APA did that major snafu in their call for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative proposals. They did it all right except for invasive species. There the currency was how many tons of carp you remove, how many acres were treated. In the proposal itself, I critiqued that in my application, which was not funded. They never responded to that because the only thing that you get is you are not funded. Enable staff by providing funding and education. It's not that people don't want to do it. They're not being enabled through structural impediments in our agencies. They don't have a reward system. They always say we're so busy, but it's a priority setting. Change the institutional award and accountability structure. Accept responsibility for data collection and for funding that. All that together is public trust management. That's what we are charged with when it comes to our natural resources. Thank you. And I'm sorry it was a little long.
What I'd like to do is move these chairs up here and ask our fourth presenters to come up to the stage. We can direct questions to you.
I'm Dave Starling, and Dr. Blassi, if I may, you make mention of earthworms in your talk. And are those native earthworms or invasive earthworms? Because the natives are seriously under threat with...
Yeah, it depends on where you are. I'm not sure where you are. If you are
in Iowa.
Okay. So I had the pleasure to see one of the endangered prairie earthworms in the lab in Moscow at some a few years ago. So you have endangered earthworms out west that are native. In this area, maybe a little further south, all the way into paradise called Canada, they're all indigenous.
And if I may ask another one then, and that is on the biodiversity that we're talking about, in my mind, it seems as though we're actually detecting, if not demonstrating, that there are species that are very obligate to their specific niche in the ecosystem, where what we're having demonstrated with invasives then is that there are species then that are not obligate to certain biotopes. I'm talking about in general. And plants, perhaps, animals too, but we have certain species then that are obligate to a specific location. Or do we know that? Have we tried to find other locations on the planet for these species that are so-called endangered?
So I can't give you the data sets for that. My understanding of the literature is that the issue of being an invader is entirely context specific. Peter McEvoy would tell me I'm a cop-out because I don't understand the mechanisms then. I just need to look harder. So we have species that are rare in their native range. There are the exceptions. I know a couple of birds, I know a couple of orchids that are invasive somewhere else. And so there are even conservation interests that say, can we do ex situ conservation in a different distribution where these species are thriving and it's not their homeland? That doesn't need to go to Pleistocene rewilding necessarily, but it can be much smaller organisms as well. So.
Marshall Myers, my question goes to Jeff. In your presentation, you would show the date of the year that you get a request for consultation, then a completion period, and then when the ultimate letter went out, there was no time or no year listed next to completion. What's the average lag time from the time you received a request and it was completed, and then the lag time before an ultimate decision went out? Because in most cases in your charts, it was 3 to 4 years. So what would be those different lag times?
There's probably been, since Jeff is so new, let me see if I'm understanding your question here. So prior to, or maybe I should say when John Fay was with the service and working with the tag, there probably was more, and I don't know others here who have worked here, but I don't think there was the lag time that maybe we're seeing today. So as the branch chief, I see this, I hear you, and we have been, working with APHIS lately and working on this problem, and also with the help of Cindy, trying to come up with mechanisms and some of the things that we showed you today of trying to reduce that lag time. I will say this, that also, hopefully this is good news, but I'm right now hiring 3 additional people, 3 additional Section 7 biologists and a toxicologist to be helping us with our national pesticide consultations, and also some of this other workload that we have here. So the lag time that you did see in that presentation, do keep in mind also that there was back and forthing going on. There may have been a letter sent back to APHIS. There may have been more information that was being funneled towards us. So I know it did kind of look like there was just this big black box of 2 years that had passed, but there was other things going on. I hope that helped.
This is Cindy. I just wanted to add, in the formal consultation process, the regulations allow 180 days, 130 days. So, there's a certain amount of time, even if you're just doing a normal consultation, it takes a while. And if there are gaps in information or there's missing information, it can take longer. So even at best, sometimes you're looking at 4 months or so.
Okay, Bob Van Steenwyk, UC Berkeley. The Control and Management Subcommittee is writing a white paper on this subject. And in that review, on the white paper, we asked for a review for about 20 or 21 outside scientists, experts in biological control, which Dr. Pelosi was one. The language that came back was rather colorful as far as relating to their dealings with permitting. The question I have to you as a panel is, how can we fix it? Because a number of them are ready to walk away from biocontrol. And some of them have said biocontrol is dead in the United States. What language and what recommendations would you like to see?
I think I was reminded of while we were going through the presentation of a workshop that I was invited to sit in on at least a decade ago, probably 15 years ago, that happened to be in Denver, and it was relatively early in my career and exposure to biocontrol, and it was a number of experts from around the world who were talking about our predictive capabilities. If you could peer into the future and say, this is what we think the agent is going to do as far as, host specificity versus sort of non-target effects. There was a tremendous amount of expertise in a room with, I don't know, maybe 10 people tops. And that just impressed the hell out of me. I think we've come a long way since then, just in how we implement biocontrol in Colorado, where we have a tremendous amount of resources to throw at it. And the thing that strikes me as maybe frustrating is there's a lot of expertise that I think come at the problem of whether or not to approve a biocontrol agent from really different perspectives. There's undoubtedly someone who looks at biocontrol introduction strictly from a Section 7, this is the law, this is the piece that we have to work on before we can release an answer. And then there's other expertise from, let's say, the practitioner standpoint. One of my staff who's looking at the pipeline essentially get more and more constricted and just says, well, we're working with 20 different species of biocontrol agent now. 5 years from now, we're probably going to be working with the same 20 species if something doesn't, break up the logjam. And I guess from a solution-oriented perspective, it seems to me that it would not be difficult, and maybe NISC is the organization to convene this, but to really organize that spectrum of expertise and perspectives to walk through the process so that everyone in that spectrum is more fully aware of the concerns that we are asking to be addressed and really have a dialogue. I think some of Berndt's proposition was some of these questions just aren't fair. You can't come up with a legitimate answer. Nobody has that crystal ball. And there is no way to sort of mystically appear information that anyone would feel confident in. So at some point, the question is, where do you just draw that line? And I think without having a kind of conversation that brings in that full suite of expertise and perspective, it's impossible for the participants in this process, from the initial investigation to the delivery of a biocontrol agent and the subsequent monitoring, to really inform a more well-developed sort of transparent process to deliver and utilize biocontrol agents. So I wonder about, NISC or some other entity, and it could be, it could be the Entomological Society of America or something like that, to convene the kind of expertise, not just from the United States, but from our compatriots in other countries who are very active in biocontrol, to ask and answer these questions in a open forum where the focus is really on tidying up, if you will, the process so that the right questions are being asked and answered in a timely, transparent way, so people have more confidence in the process and we get through it in a more timely manner. That's my take, Bob.
I can add a little bit to that. I think the blueprint that you have and you should look at is New Zealand. What was Irma, it's now called different. And so they have early consultation with the regulatory authority. So a biocontrol practitioner, without the intermediary, here we would use the tag and USDA as an intermediary to the Fish and Wildlife Service. There, the petitioner goes directly to the regulatory or authority that would give the permission wherever it's being located, right? So these are part of the administrative issues here that I outlined. But what I like to have is that the people that review the petitions are experts. Whether these are experts that are learned experts because they go through education programs and not like, and I'm picking on Cindy now, but she was basically thrown in it and had a little bit of background experience. That's not acceptable to me. I don't necessarily want to have an expert panel because these are societal decisions that we are making about introducing biocontrol agents or not, or targeting species with biological control. There has to be a process, and it can't be just a bunch of biocontrol people saying this is how it is. But the people that make the decisions need to be aware of what the newest science is. Otherwise, we're asking the people that put together typewriters to fix our next generation computers. And that's not going to work. It's unfair all around.
Ed Mills, I really enjoyed all the talks, and particularly Burns. And I equate that frustration being in science for many years. But I'm wondering, how do we connect science and management and policy, better here? How do we make that connection? It seems like there's a miss here somewhere.
I have an easy solution. You remember from your time at Cornell, you would always jump if there was a new grant that you could apply to. And all of a sudden collaborations happen, right? So what's broken in invasive species management? I didn't have the details to go into that one, but think about the Pulling Together initiative or other funding programs. It's stipulated in there that you are not allowed to make an assessment because it's called research. So you are prevented from understanding when you implement a management technique, whatever it is, from figuring out how well you did, because that's considered research. That's a no-go. Go to the private sector and say, well, I'm going to do something, but I better don't tell me how expensive that was, right? So we need to make sure that the people that are engaged in the discovery and in the implementation work together from the start to the end. In weed biocontrol, it's actually pretty good because the practitioners usually come to the weed biocontrol specialists and say, I have an issue, can you help me? And then we go out and get international collaboration. So there's a lot of stuff that happens there. But you remember very well from your trial, if you put something to NSF that reeked of applicability, you didn't get the grant, right? And we don't have a funding vehicle for weed biocontrol or any biocontrol efforts that would create the excellence that NSF has created for fundamental science. We just don't have that, and it's relying on states, and it hasn't served us very well.
Yeah, this is Cindy. I'm the Fish and Wildlife Service TAG representative to the Technical Advisory Group. And I just wanted to make sure it was clear that in my role as the TAG representative, I am not the only person in the Fish and Wildlife Service who reviews researchers' work or researchers' work on a petition to release an agent. I actually reach out to botanists, entomologists, and people who are endangered species specialists in the area where something is targeted for release. So it is not just my review. And I believe the other agencies, Bureau of Land Management has a representative on that technical advisory group, National Park Service, within the Department of Interior Family and Bureau of Reclamation. We all have a point person who is the representative to the TAG, but we all reach out to the experts within our agency, entomologists, botanists, invasive species specialists, endangered species specialists. So it is not just my review. I just wanted folks to be sure they understood that.
Okay, and you alluded to this a minute ago, Bern, but I just wanted to, even though y'all insulted me twice during the presentation, give y'all a softball question. So one thing that was not mentioned was the international collaboration. And so with the difficulty in getting agents approved and funding, and especially funding for international travel, are we losing some of the international cooperation and partners like CABI and others because of the problems that we have in the U.S., is that hurting the international programs, which I'm assuming y'all depend on for the new agents?
So I used to work for CABI as a graduate student, did my Lustreif work there in Switzerland. You wouldn't believe the frustration that there is of working sometimes for a decade or longer, only to then see there's a sudden end and somehow, or there is no end, right? It's just a rubber wall and you just bounce back and forth and you don't know whether that wall will ever open. Are we losing them? As long as we're giving them money and there are new projects, no, we're not losing them. But they are also, I mean, if you want to call Canada a back door, Canada is a back door, right? So for the Hypena, for example, that I guess you mentioned that, right? So Canada has released them almost 2 years ago. And that was immediately after whatever, I don't know what the process was, but Hypena is in Canada, is established in Canada. Houndstooth organisms are released in Canada. They will slowly make their way over that. So all of a sudden, unless you build a wall that prevents insects from coming into North America, they will slowly make their way down because they have a process that seems more likely to be wanting to work with the biocontrol researchers and their stewardship for the environment of releasing something that seems perfectly safe, unless you call Canadians especially risky people. So.
John Thompson, thank you very much for the presentation. Bernd made one sort of open-ended question, and then he mentioned a lightning strike making gold. So this is for Fish and Wildlife. When the detail ends, assuming there's a flicker or maybe a spark or a lightning strike, is there going to be another detail? Or are you all thinking about having a permanent point person? Is there some thinking, or maybe there's going to be rotation of details?
At this point, it could be maybe some or all of the items you just mentioned. So it could depend on what Jeff is doing. I mean, I am hoping, I realize 60 days is a very short time, and I have asked him to solve all our problems. But what I think what most important, if he could start to work on a process, because I think what I'm hearing here is, you know, with the frustration that is being discussed openly, that, you know, if there was a process where we could work together, and I think that that is really what I'm looking to Jeff for. After that, as I had mentioned before, I am hiring 3 more biologists, so there will be someone then that could be more focused on this. But some of that is still, I mean, I can't promise, yes, there'll be one full Section 7 biologist dedicated to USDA biocontrol agents.
Phil Cowan, just one comment about New Zealand. While we have a regulatory agency that is very strong, when it was first established, it did not require mandatory monitoring after release of biocontrol agents. But what changed the playing field completely in New Zealand, not just for biological control, but for all pest management that involved public money, was a report by the Auditor General's Office, which is the agency in New Zealand that examines the expenditure of public money. And it basically slated all the agencies for not being able to demonstrate the benefit of their expenditure. I mean, they were great at producing figures about how many pests got killed, but asked them to demonstrate actually produce some benefit, and none of them could do that.
With that, I have to call an end to this session. It's time for us to move on. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists. Very informative. Next on the agenda, we're going to break out to subcommittees. As Eric explained this morning, we are only having 3 subcommittees meet today. There are subcommittees that have old work in action that requires additional time. And so here's how we're breaking out. In this room right here, control and management. so you folks don't have to go anywhere. Prevention will move to the first floor conference room, which is in this hallway on the left. In this hallway on the right will be, I'm sorry, I've got that wrong. Organizational collaboration will be on the left. Prevention will be on the right. So does anybody besides me confused? I'll go through that once more. This room right here, control and management. Multi-purpose room, which is the room on the right, will be prevention. The room on the left, Ken, and organizational collaboration. We will reconvene in here at 4:30. No, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock sharp. Thanks, everybody.